reciting and I'm talking to you, and people go, how can you do that? How can you be reciting the Buddha's name and talking? And I say, I don't know. It just happens. It's that way. But in the background, we could say close to what's called the Bhavanga consciousness, your bare consciousness, there is this tone of Amitofo, Amitofo, that's there as I'm engaged in things. So sometimes when I'm walking, I would be saying Amitofo. When I'm talking to you, I'm saying Amitofo. And Amitofo is a very interesting term, because when we have Amitofo, what it is saying that you are placing your faith in the Buddha. And in that moment, you were demonstrating that faith, that you are mindful of this Buddha mind. And it's very, very important for us to do that. And it begins to purify our actions, our body, speech, and mind. Because when we're saying Amitofo, we can't say, I'm going to kill that person, Amitofo. No, you go, oh no, I got to get rid of that thought. I don't want to harm that person or harm this or whatever. So you think about the ways in terms of harmonizing with others. It's a very important aspect of the practice. And Master Shen Yang did recitation quite a bit, as well as I do. The thing is that in our recitation, it's perhaps a slightly different than those who practice in Pure Land. The Pure Land practitioners will say Amitofo so they can be delivered and be reborn in the Pure Land. Here we say Amitofo and try to create a Pure Land here. Since everything's created by the mind and we're using mind, it'll work. It might not work before noontime, but at some point in time, it will work. And that's what's important, is that we have to see how how mind works. It's very, very important. If you are going to practice Buddhism, you have to know how it works. And sometimes with groups that are young groups or haven't heard too much of the profound Dharma, I'll ask them, what are you doing on the cushion? What is your purpose to do that? And most of the time people say, well, to quiet my mind, to obtain enlightenment, or something along those lines. But I go, how does that work? But they don't know. And I go, suppose I want to become a computer repair person. I'm going to open up a shop to become a computer repair person. What would be the first thing I would have to do? This is pretty obvious, but you go, huh? Know how to repair them, even before knowing how to repair them. How they work. So and then you will know how to repair it. But how a computer works. So if you go and you go, I'm going to be an auto repair person, and you open the hood, and you've never seen a motor, and they go, what's wrong with it? It's going clank, 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 clank. What is that? I don't know. I never took a class on that. Well, how can you be an auto repair person? How can you sit to meditate if you don't know how the mind works? This is very important. Because people sit and they have no idea what they're doing when they're sitting on the cushion. This is my job, to explain to you how the mind works, what is entailed in the mind, so that you don't simply go around, I use the term, but one day it'll sink in, polishing a tile to turn it into a diamond. That's a story where a master saw his student, and the student was there sitting very quietly, and the master came to him and said, what are you doing? And he said, I'm meditating to become enlightened. So the master says, I see. So then the master he picks up a roof tile and starts. And so the young monk, he's hearing this noise, and so he opens his eyes and looks and says, Shifu, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm polishing this roof tile to make it a diamond. And the young monk says, no matter how much you try to polish that tile, it will not turn into a diamond. And the master said, precisely. This is a very important point. You cannot polish the self to make it attain enlightenment. What is sitting on the cushion in this very moment is the Buddha mind. You already have it. You already have it. It would be, I'd say, where are you going? I'm going to Las Vegas. What are you going to Las Vegas for? I'm going to become a millionaire. Oh, I see. But you're already incredibly rich. Huh? You don't need to go to Las Vegas to squander your money. And all you have to do is just don't play that game. Don't play the game of a sentient being in samsara. You're here, but you have a purpose. But that purpose doesn't mean for you to win the most games or have the most money or any kind of a samsaric goal or prize. You already have the Buddha nature. So coming away from here in this very short seminar, you already have it. It's just you never knew that you had this. And there's another parable that about a young man that decided he wanted to go out and see the world. And his father, knowing the world, knew that he was going to face adversities. So he took his jacket and sewed a very precious jewel into the liner of his jacket. And out went the boy. He went out, and he only could get menial jobs, cleaning stables, things of that nature, farming. He was at the end very destitute and hungry and barely made it home. But right before he got home, he felt his jacket and he saw the jewel in the jacket. And he realized even before he left home, he had this incredible riches beyond anybody that he encountered. This kind of a parable is one to let you know seriously that you're rich beyond all comprehension of riches in this world. We don't know that because we go, what's this? This is 4 lines of the Diamond Sutra. I want to deposit it. It's not worth anything. You can't deposit it here. But it's your exit pass to leave samsara. Now, we talk about bodhisattvas coming back, but bodhisattvas come back for the purpose of a vow. They choose to come back. They choose where they can go to because they want to go somewhere to practice in the right way and to deliver others. So the mind will naturally produce a body that will fulfill that vow. Their human body and human identity, for the most part, will not pass through to another lifetime. We don't believe in the transmigration of souls, seeing that if you die and then you come back and you show your identity from your past lifetime, you go, oh, you can start from there. No, you start again. The only difference is that your fortunes will be better, and your encounter with the Dharma will be earlier, and your efforts will work in the right way. Sometimes you get, like me, you get a late start. You're searching and searching and searching, trying to find it. And it takes a while to get there. And everything that you practice, you know it's not it. You go, no, that sounds really good, and I can do these things and that things with it, but something's still missing. And then you find it. You find it not by chance, but because you were destined, pre-programmed, let's say, to achieve that by the power of your previous vows, that you run into that. And sometimes it's very incredible how one comes to the Dharma. But the important part here is that you know that this very mind is the Buddha mind. You know that it cannot invest in playing the game. Of course, you cannot say, oh, well, you could be a monk and do that, and you'll find out being a monk is a lot harder work than most people think. It is quite difficult. I have to tell you one story of Master Shen Ying, where when he was in New York at the Chan Meditation Center, somebody rang the doorbell, and it was an older gentleman there. And so he asked to speak to Shifu. So Shifu went down, and they arranged 2 chairs to sit opposite each other. So he's sitting there, and the man said, I am here because I am now retired, and I have nothing to do. And I figured, coming to here, I could engage in conversation with you because you too have nothing to do. You do nothing. Sorry. Because monks don't do anything, right? Just ask a monk if they're doing anything. Like Shifu in his death poem said, busy doing nothing. But you're always busy doing nothing. But it's a different nothing. So Master Shen Ying smiled at the gentleman, and he said, I will be glad to engage in a conversation with you, but we need to pick a topic so it's meaningful. So we can't just idly chat. We need to talk about it. So I suggest you go home and think up a good topic to talk about and come back, and I will talk to you. So the old gentleman leaves. Later on, several days later, he comes back. And so Shifu sits down in the chair, and he sits down in the chair. And he said, I was trying to think of a topic worthy of talking to you. But as I realized it, I couldn't come up with a topic to take up your time. And so that's fine. And Shifu just nodded and let him go. But it was that Shifu had taught him the mindfulness there without ever saying to him, can you imagine? It would have been so anti-Shifu to say, you're wasting my time. Do you know who I am? I'm Master Shen Ying. I have temples all over. I do this, I do that. No, he was very, very humble. Very, very quiet, very calm. And as a result of that, he didn't turn the person away, but he allowed the person to refocus his priorities, which is good. So this is how we engage in this world, not from an idea of self-importance, but an idea of what can we leave here? What is it that our legacy will be? In the United States, the ideal is that you'll go to school, graduate, go to college, get a girlfriend, go out, find a job, get married, have 2 kids, a male and a female. And if you get 2 females, then you get a male. And if you get 2 males, you get a female. So you get 3 kids. So you get 2.5 kids by the average. And you vacation, In the summer, you retire and then you die. How many of you are following this pattern? Wow. Honest people, very honest people. I have to bow to you. Honestly, I have to bow to you because you know, most people would go, not me, you know. So the thing is that this life is precious, extremely precious, not for you, but the people that you can bring to the Dharma, the people that can really experience the opportunity to listen to about mind and the Buddha. Again, the Buddha is not a supreme being. And outside religions always picture Buddhists as, we worship the Buddha, but worshiping the Buddha is worshiping our own heart that we have now. So our worship is different. My father, as I mentioned, was very wise, and in the back of our house we had an orchard with many fruit and trees and vegetable plants. And he would always be out there after work tending all the trees and everything. And he once said to me, you know, people, they go to church on Sunday and they want to go to church to find God. And they say, if they can't see God here, they'll never see him. And it is in this way that in this very moment, if you want to encounter the Buddha, look no further than your own heart, and you will find it. I refer to it as heart rather than mind. The Chinese have a term for heart and mind. What is your term? Is it Xin? Xin. It's different than this cogitating mind. And so Shifu used to always tell people, look for your heart. You have to see your heart. And this is important because you have that. Coming in here, it's like you won the lotto. You already recognize you have Buddha mind. It's precious. If you abide by the Buddha mind, you'll make less and less mistakes in your life. You won't insult people. You won't have to defend your honor. You know, when times are bad, you realize the times will change. Everything is impermanent. And so, about 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, no, even more than that, 4 years ago, I was seriously ill. And I was in great pain every day. But I went into my faith rather than say, you know, Buddha, why have you forsaken me? It wasn't in that way. It was that I thought, there are people that even have worse pain than I do, and I have to transfer merit to those people. And rather than be there, if I moved, I would be in excruciating pain from a problem with my neck. So I just sat in a chair day and night meditating. And I remember, because I was there, and they go, we have to take your vitals. And I just put my hand out like that. And the nurses got very accustomed to seeing me. They left me alone. And they liked me because I wasn't pressing the button. I need morphine, I need morphine. I was just sitting there all the time. And occasionally I would teach the Dharma to the people in the room that was with me. And so I realized the strength of the faith. Everything is impermanent. If this pain will not last, because it cannot possibly last past me whether I live or die. So after I die, I start again. That's what Shifu used to say to people. Don't be worrying about dying. It's like if you die, you trade in an old car for a new car. Pretty good deal. So you come back. So it's not bad. You have to have faith in this. These are all basic things that I want to pass on to you. And some of these things we just overlook. Sometimes I'm guilty of that too. I want to talk to you about the deep stuff, but I forego talking to you about the essence of Buddhism. So I probably learned more than you have in these 2 days of retreat, of going back to the basics and that, because I sincerely don't want to lose any of you. Even people, if they don't come back, it's okay. At least they did it. I'll pick them up the next time around. It's all right. And this is a way that we practice. In Buddhism, it's not a noun. It's a verb. It's the doing. The term chan is the Sanskrit word dhyana, which means practice. So it's engaged in a practice, engaged in this world. Knowing the world is an illusion, but it's so difficult for us to understand that this is an illusion. Because everything around us certifies that this is real. What they talk about reifying. Reifying means that you go, oh, this is real. This is not an illusion. If it was an illusion, I could pass my hand through it. So you're just in a well-constructed dream. Again, when you die, you will find that out. And if you've practiced well, you'll return here. If you don't, you may find yourself in lesser favorable environments. So they'll go, do you want to eat? Nay. You'll be a horse. Or like Master Ling, she says, you end up in the belly of a donkey or a cow. We don't want that. But it's the natural course of things, of what we take from others, what we give to others. I can't say my life is perfect. I have a lot of things, to atone for, and I atone every day. And it keeps me somewhat, on the right path in terms of that. But I make mistakes every day. But I'm conscious, and I vow to repent them and to not do them again. I do my best, but I know I can do better. It is just this way that we practice, that we're never satisfied, even if we got all A's and there's a B+ there. We know we can do better. And that was probably the greatest lesson my dad did. Now, if I was a dumb kid, my dad wouldn't say that. He would have been, how did you get those grades? But I was a smart kid, and he pushed me to do better, as I'm doing to you. Because I know you can do it. I keep repeating Master Ling Chi because he's, I guess, someone that I hold up in very high esteem in the manner in which he presented his treatise on the essentials for beginners. And he sees everybody and says, there's not one person in here that can't do this, if you really want to try. And Master Shan was saying, people would say, oh, I can't get this. It's too much. What's the problem? The problem is you're not doing enough. You're not looking at it sincerely. If you ever correspond with me, you'll find that I always say sincerely. We talked about that before. Sincerely means without faults. My goal is to practice in a way without faults. I know, at least in this lifetime, I'll never be able to be completely sincere, but it's my goal to be that way. I don't walk around acting like I'm sincere. It is my practice to be sincere and my reminder to be sincere with people. And it's very, very important. So this is the basics of the practice and what you're doing here. Hold on a second. I want to talk about a few things. And I want to give you exposure to different things. But first, I wanted to talk about my definition of right view. And so this was an article I wrote and kind of paraphrased. It said, I was recently asked the definition of right view. And so I responded to the student, and then this is my response to him. Right view is in reality a gnosis of how mind works and operates. Gnosis is a very interesting term because it's one that is a direct understanding, like we did direct contemplation yesterday. Whatever the object of your concentration, the contemplation, you had a direct gnosis with that object. And so, in this way, right view is the direct gnosis of mind that you directly connect in. You don't have to go and say, all right, dial up the self. Hello? Yes, I'd like to speak to mind, please. Who is this? This is mine. No, it's Gilbert. No, it's mine. No, I can see right here it says Gilbert. Well, can I speak to mine? What do you want with mine? It's unavailable right now. I cannot connect you with that. I can answer your question. No, I want to speak to mind. Well, mine's not there. And if you say your mind, just speak to yourself. Good idea. So you forget dialing up. It's a direct number. Sometimes people that go, as an attorney, I would say, here's the number to my office, but it was somebody's a close friend. Here's my direct number. You don't have to go through a whole group of people. Sometimes I make a mistake. People call my office, want to talk to me, and they get that kind of a response. What do you want to speak to me? Just tell them I'm your friend, and they'll go through the whole thing and say, well, we'll take a message for you. And so I said, no, call my direct number. You have the direct number to mind. You already have it. And it's this direct gnosis. It is this idea of the mirror looking at the mirror. You've made this connection. You have it already. So it's this gnosis of knowing that this very mind that you're using is mind. It is not your mind. It is mind. It's different. It's a different orientation. Then you become like you ever heard of the hermit cat crabs? They're crabs that go and then they look for a shell and they put the shell on their back and they're walking and people go, wow, that's a really buffed out crab. Look how big that shell is. But it's just something that they picked off the bottom of the seafloor and they take it to be them. So, and everybody else takes it to be them. Wow, that's a shiny shell, or that's a pretty crummy shell, or whatever. It doesn't matter. That shell is not the crab. And when you pull the crab out, it's this little skinny thing that's there, and it's going, give me back my shell. That's us. We stand there naked to the world. Just like the first time I went to see Shifu, I had a big shell on my back. Oh my gosh, it was so shiny. And when I went in front of him, because I thought, because I'd been practicing Qigong for many years and my skills were really good, I figured I was going to go to Shifu and go, high five, how you doing, bro? And when I stood in front of him, it was like this, and all of a sudden you hear a clunk, and that was the shell coming off my back. And there's this just skinny, naked person there, like where Shifu could see right through you. Because he was seeing things as they were, not as they were projected. So it's very interesting. And I realized this person was really special. This person, he could see into your soul. I shouldn't even say soul because it's not a soul, into your fa soul, fake soul. But he could see. And it took time for me to make that connection, like a direct connection. And I realized it wasn't making a correct connection with him as a Shifu, it was making a connection mind to mind. And whenever we're engaged in people, we engage with them mind to mind, heart to heart. We don't carry this big shell around of importance. We don't do that. We just simply are as we are. And it is difficult for us to do that. We have a thing where there's a saying that says, be with others as you would be in your house. And you know, when you with others, be as if you be with others as you were in your house, and when you're at home, be as if you were with others. So you know, if there's other people at your house, would you be doing something that you wouldn't want other people to know you were doing? So it really bears it out, you know, because that's a pretty tough test. You know, would you want other people to see what you're doing? And when you're at home, you know, and then now you're with other people, you don't put on airs, you don't put on the big shell to impress people. So these are ways of us humbling, and they're reality checks for us to see and say, you know, are we truly being sincere wherever we go? So this right view is coming to an understanding and awareness as to how mind works. And ultimately, according to the awareness of the mind with an understanding, until mind naturally operates without inflows and outflows. Inflows and outflows means that it's not stirred by the environment. If the environment is there, the ancients would say, you know, you can be tangled and twisted by the winds of fate and the environment, and you don't really know where you're going. You don't know the direction. But when we don't have inflows and outflows, no matter what is happening, no matter how big of a storm it is that we are in, it's stable. There's a sanctuary. There's a refuge in Buddha. There's a refuge that no matter what happens, there's times in our lives things become very bad. And I remember one of my sisters was having some trouble, and I was counseling her. I said, it's okay, the worst is over. Boom, something happened the next week that was just as bad. And it went that way for 3 times. And but I stayed by her side, and she was able to overcome it completely. But it sometimes life is that way. You don't know how many hits you're going to take before it's completely over. But the thing is that we have this refuge in Buddha, that we can handle that. We understand that. We understand that this is the rules of samsara, and the rules of that everything is precisely as it is. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Nothing appears by mistake. Everything is there. And yet there is an interesting aspect to all this, that we choose the Buddha. We do not choose samsara or events in samsara. Choosing the Buddha is different. That's why they say the supreme way is not difficult if we don't pick and choose. If picking and choosing just means to discriminate or differentiate, and that I like this person because they have a nice sweet face. I don't like this one because they smell bad. You know, picking and choosing like that creates an environment around you. It is in the Yogacara school, those kinds of thoughts are deposited in the Alaya Vijnana, which is the eighth consciousness. And the eighth consciousness then, next time around, perfumes what is happening. Sometimes the perfume's not very good. And so they use this term that perfumes, and it drops a seed called the bija seed. So this bija seed then drops, and so when it sees a person that smells it, it equates it with an unsatisfactory way. So when you go, oh, this is Mr. Jones, and you go, pleased to meet you, you know, because you already have a predisposition to that you plugged in. We don't pick and choose, and we don't say, oh, this is a beautiful person. I remember once I was in court, and in the courthouse it was a very old courthouse with marble floors, very long hallway with arches. So if you even stepped a little bit, you could hear it all the way down the hallway. And I was talking to this one attorney, and we were talking, and then all of a sudden you could hear a click clack, and there was this very beautiful woman, a very shapely woman walking down the hallway, and in high heels, and he saw her, and he was talking to me, and then he saw her click, 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 click. He was literally, his head was going up and down like that to the cadence of her walking. And then, boom, she's now on this side, and click, click, click. He didn't even realize he was doing that, you know, but because his mind was so conditioned to look at the women, he lost track of that he was talking to me. Hey, I'm here, you know. But he watched her until she disappeared down the hallway. Sometimes that's the way of our attention span, and that bija seed comes in of the interest in the opposite sex, and that overcomes what he's doing in that moment. So this is something, it's natural, but we have to understand it's natural in samsara. When we practice, then everything becomes a state of equipoise, neither good and neither bad. You can still taste the sweetness of a strawberry, the tartness, the coolness of it, the sourness of a strawberry, the color of a strawberry. You know that the strawberry has its seeds outside the fruit, very unusual. You taste that, but when you finish your strawberry, you don't have a craving for another one. So it runs you right into reality rather than what is not there, because then you have the idea, I'm going to go buy myself a whole basket of strawberries or whatever it is. And so we see what reality is in this way. So in our right view, what we're doing is we see appearances in the world, and we understand these appearances are temporary. We understand that they're a dream. But that which sees it is the Buddha mind. This very mind that you use now, you cannot define it beyond thusness. It does not have a shape. All of the sutras say It's signless. It doesn't have anything that you can point to and say, there goes the Buddha mind. It is immutable. You'll see that a lot in the sutras. Immutable means it doesn't change. So when you're at the ice cream store and they say, what flavor do you want? And you go, I think I'll take strawberry. And then you go, look, oh no, I changed my mind. I will take the Rocky Road. And the person will say, I'm sorry, but this is your mind, so you cannot change your mind. If you picked strawberry, you'll pick strawberry till the end of eternity. Well, that shouldn't be the way it works. And it doesn't work that way because that's not your mind. Ananda, that's not your mind. That is habitual patterns arising in mind that you take for yourself. So you're free. When you go to the ice cream store, the pressure's off. You don't have to pick one flavor. Next time you go to an ice cream store, think about that. If you have to pick one flavor for the rest of your life, what would it be? But you're free. You're liberated of that. You can pick whatever flavors you want, okay? Or no flavor whatsoever. It doesn't matter. That's not your mind. It's not the picking and choosing. That's consciousness of things, this kind of an aggregate. What is the aggregate? Form, sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness. Those are the 5 skandha, which are empty. They're not real. They're constantly changing. All of those change. Form, always changing. Put an orange out on the counter and come back in 6 months and see what it looks like. So sensations, they're always changing. Form, sensation, perception, what you perceive, you say, I like this person, or I don't like this person, but all of a sudden that person says, I like you, and you go, okay, then I like you. That's changing all the time. Volition, what you want to do, I think I'll go to the pool hall, and you go, no, I won't go now because I got arrested for drunk driving. So then you change. So your volition changes. Volition, form, sensation, perception, volition, and consciousness. Consciousness is constantly changing. It's constantly moving. Consciousness actually enables the mind to contemplate. We don't see it that way. We don't see it as an extension of mind, but it is. It enables the mind to contemplate what's happening. As I'm talking to you, I'm engaged in contemplation of what to say to you. Whatever I'm saying to you now is not what I wrote down anywhere to say. It doesn't work that way. It just flows like a river. To try to make a connection, moment to moment, making connections with people, to try to say something that will help them. I try very hard to listen. This is a very important part of our practice, is listening. Anybody a good listener here? You a good listener? She's giving me this, don't call on me. Are you a good listener? Yeah. Listening is very important. You listen to everything. You don't listen just with your ears. You listen with your eyes, with your senses. All your senses are that way, that you can see things. They're interchangeable. I learned that in Qigong, which is very interesting. If you see somebody, let's say, sometimes you can smell their organs just by looking at them. You smell them. Oh, you have a problem with your lungs. How do you know that? And then you can tell them why. Or you have a problem with your liver. Hot choke, smells so bad, That's Chinese, by the way. Hot choke. Hot choke. Yeah. So and you literally can smell their organ through your eyes. So it is what enables the mind to contemplate. Those realms in and of themselves are empty, but the mind can use them as a doorway to fulfill the vows. So it's very interesting to listen. When we listen, even to listen just a person sitting down and talking to you, you listen to them. Or you listen and you see the people that are they listening or are they asleep? Are they attentive of what you're saying? Are you going over their head? Are they bored? Are you going under them? So you're constantly changing in accordance with that. And the mind is capable of knowing exactly what each and every one of you are doing sitting on your cushion at this moment, and it doesn't interfere with the function of talking to you. We're going to use this practice later on, a practice of awareness. And it works in this way. Yay, we get to try out the board. So since I haven't done this before, forgive me if I don't do it very good. Uh-oh. I didn't lose it. No, this is not it. Is this? Oh, okay, it's already charged. He told me, whatever you do, don't lose the pen. So when we think, it's kind of like binary. Hold on, let me get to a different color here. Nope. Oh, I have to press it with that. Okay. Okay, it's gone. Okay, so now I can do it. So we think, well, it's still the same ones. Aha. Like this. If you ever seen a binary code, and we just link from one to another, to another, to another, to another, to another, like that. Like a monkey going through a jungle, grabbing from one limb to the other limb, to the other limb, to the other limb, or the vines on them. It will go. And actually, these are all discrete moments. But because they happen so fast, it looks like it's actually moving. But it isn't. It appears that way. The mind is moving, or the appearance of the mind is moving, but it isn't really in this way. But we see things, we can only see something. Let's say in that moment you're listening to me. So I'm speaking, making some sound, and then you go, a car's going by, and then I'm speaking again, and then you think of work, and then I'm speaking, and it's constantly switching like that, the attention. Because it's moving so quickly, it gives the appearance of movement. But the mind is really still. There is no movement. There's no movement from here to there, or from high to low. Those things, they're non-existent. They're empty. But they appear as a projection. Hold on, there's got to be a way of like clearing the whole board at one time. Otherwise, I know there must be. I'll figure that out later. Little by little, I get. Okay. Oh, okay, I can move the whole paper. Okay, so Forgive me because this is my first time using something like this. So, in any case, so when we see things, they are moment to moment. Just like if you were going to watch a movie, the old films, they would be individual shots, but because they go so quickly, it appears that there is no stopping in between each frame. So it gives the illusion of movement all the way through. But this mind, this illusory mind, is not capable of seeing things in this way. It sees them from moment to moment, apprehending thoughts, but it has to apprehend a thought, think of something, apprehend it, but it happens so quickly that it gives the appearance of motion. So this computer that we're using, I'll put it up here in comparison, is just this binary way of seeing things, moment to moment to moment. They have now these new computers, quantum computers. How many know what a quantum computer is? Raise your hand. All right, a few of you do. Quantum computers are very weird. They look like some alien thing, with levels and levels of ganglia, things that are hanging down from them, and they're linking them in so that in a single instance, like the computers, they look like this. They're really weird. But what they do is they process information in a parallel. So everything is being processed at the same time and calculated and resolved in a split second. That's probably the closest you can come to seeing how mind works. Mind is faster than that. Mind can process information in a very, very quick moment. And it's processing. So let's say somebody says, well, Gilbert, that was the stupidest thing that I've ever heard. All right. So this one's up here is going, insult them, get them, do this, do that. It's not aware of the possibilities where it says, number one, if I insult them, it would be negative. Number two, if I ignore them, it might be positive. Number three, if I say something wise, it could be positive. This one's negative, and it has all of these values and powers to it. And so as it's going, then it goes, this one here is the right one to do. And so it based on all of the calculations that are there, it is able to process what's the next thing you should do in body, speech, and mind. That's mind. How would you like to have that computer operating your system, right? You do have it. All you have to do is just essentially clear the mind from all of the obstructions that you have. You don't have this computer up here, no, that works like some Tandy 16-bit from the, before the millennium. You have beyond a supercomputer. In the beginning, as you begin to practice this, you'll start getting options 1, 2, and 3, and there'll be a processing, a learning curve where you have to do this, so it equals whatever. Oh, solve. I have to exercise it. So it was saying solve, and I'm going, how am I solving that? It even knows my scribble. You solve it. Okay. So in any case, later on, it will be an array of different things that come up in your mind. 6, 9, so many of them. and the processing of it will be faster. It is moving not at the speed of light or the speed of electricity, but at the speed of mind. It already solves it instantaneously. And it's processing it through the operation of wisdom. And this wisdom, this perfected wisdom, works because the mind is unobstructed. It's not being dragged down by the self. So if you had a problem, okay, so you have a problem, and then you go, what am I going to do? Ask Gilbert, the ego. So you call him up. And what does he say? Let me get back to you on that one. Or he would say, insult them. Insult them. Show them that you're smarter than them. Is that a good processing of doing things? No, but that's your ego that's going to do it because it's working off of this processing here. But if you go here and you go ask mind, then mind will direct you in the right way. In the higher levels sutras, such as the Dharma Dharmata Vibhanga Sutra, the doctrine of distinguishing phenomena in mind, it tells you how to do this, how to direct your mind. It is a playbook or an instruction manual for the mind. So also is the Abhidharma, Yogacara, Madhyamaka schools. They're all instruction manuals of how mind works. And this Dharmata Vibhanga is a very short sutra, but it is very high level. And it requires you to study it for a long time. But it's talking about non-conceptual wakefulness. Non-conceptual wakefulness means that right now you're awake. Where are you? You're aware, you're here. You have not left the room to your house, to your car, to work. You're right here. It's non-conceptual. Whatever is being said is coming in. And what's useful for you, it's there. What isn't, you set aside. What you want to remember, you store it, whether you store it by writing it down or trying to remember it. But you are aware of the function that you're doing. You are directing the mind to sit on the cushion and listen to what's happening. You are directly engaged in here, and you are harmonizing with the environment. That's what Chan is you're harmonizing with the environment, not being dragged down by habitual patterns. You're choosing the Buddha. It's a new day for you. You already have the operating system. All you got to do is don't put the viruses in your computer. So what is the virus in the computer? Anybody know? You scratch your head, what is the virus in the computer? You went like this. Yeah. The virus in the computer is we could say that, your own mind, the illusory ego. That's okay, thank you. So the virus in the computer is the ego. Chan is the antiviral program. Pretty good, huh? And you don't have to subscribe to it. It's already there. So it automatically renews. So you have it. So Chan is the thing that keeps you directing the mind in the proper way. That's all you have to do is direct the mind. And when you can direct the mind in this way, it makes your life eminently easier because you don't have to hang on to the things. If somebody says something negative to you or some negative occurrence, or somebody says something positive to you, you don't feel like you're so big. You get rid of the shell of the idea of the ego. And this is the freedom and ease of body and mind in everything that we do. We're clear. And this is important that we practice in this way. Chan is very simple. All it is directing your mind to see things as they are and understanding how it works. If emotions arise, unnecessary emotions, we're aware they come from the ego and clinging to an event. Because somebody in Dharma Drum that recently passed, her name was Agnes out of CMC, and she had been ill for a long time, and one of my friends who's a monastic was asking me about, I feel so sad, I feel like I'm crying for it. Is that okay? Well, what would you think that I would say? Is that okay? What would you tell her? Anybody? It's okay? You'd say it's okay? Huh? Why do you ask me? Is that what you'd ask her? Okay. Well, that was the answer, actually. Is okay. But I wrote a whole article on that, talking about it's okay to cry. If it isn't in that way, it's different. There was a story of this woman that she had was there was a mountain like this, and on the mountain there was a hut, and she was down here with her family, but there was a monk, and so the monk, she was sponsoring the monk to do a biguan in the mountains. A biguan is a solitary retreat. And so he was going there, and every day the daughter would go up the mountain to bring him food. And so when she would go up the mountain to bring him food, then she'd just come back down. She'd leave the food outside. But the mom said, I wonder how that young monk's doing up there. I want to see, what he's up to. So she said, go up to the mountain and play like you have an interest in him, and then see what he does. So she said, so the girl went up the mountain to be with the monk, and then she placed the food inside, and then started from behind rubbing his shoulders and say, you must be tired, you meditating all day, let me relax your shoulders. So the monk is there, and she's relaxing his shoulders. He's emotionless, and he just says to her, I'm like cold stone and dry wood. So as soon as he said that, she stopped rubbing him and went down the mountain. She told her mom about that. I'm like cold stone and dry wood. So do you think that the mom would be happy with him saying that he rejected her advances? How many think she would be happy? Raise your hand. No one? It's okay you would be more happy if the monk did something? So you guys are getting too clever. In 2 days, you've already realized Chan tricks. The mom went up the mountain, and hold on. Maybe I'll do it this way. She burned his house down. She burned the hut down. Because she realized this monk is dead to the world. What good is it to have a monk that is in this way? There's no emotion. So I wrote, it's okay to cry. It's natural to cry. Although we have Buddha mind, it doesn't mean that we don't have sentiments, especially for family. The Shenhua master, after his mother died, he was very filial and spent a lot of time afterwards grieving for her. You'd say, well, he would, you know, it shouldn't be that way. But the emotions are there. It's not so bad, the emotion, as much as we do everything as is necessary and not some kind of over-exaggeration, but it's natural. If we know somebody for many years, if they pass, we mourn their passing. But if they're good, like this Agnes was, then we celebrate her passing too, in terms of having a great life, one that was very much of giving and donating her time and efforts in supporting the Dharma drum. And so we see things in this way. And what we do is then we understand from that other people are dying, other people are suffering, and we use that so that we if there's one person that's here and they're dying, then in that moment we see there's so many others. And we extend that compassion. It just goes on and on. Our mind just keeps expanding to encompass all of the people on their deathbeds, all the people that died, all the people that are sick, all the people that need help. And you see it in this way, that it isn't just for this one here, but it's for all, for everyone. And so it is okay to feel that way, that you should feel that way naturally for everyone. No, even a dead bug, even a rat that's eaten by a hawk, even for the hawk that has to eat a raw rat to survive. How would you like to live off of raw rats? But the people sometimes do eat those to survive. So we see things differently. We don't see it from the perspective of the eye, but we see it from the perspective of the heart. And so our heart grows greater. So I said, use this feeling to expand your compassion. So the difference is then, this is called great compassion. It's called Maha Karuna. Oops. So Maha Karuna, how do you say that in Chinese? Da what? Okay, that's great compassion. This is very important. So if I'm going to teach you about Buddhism, you have to know about great compassion. It's not just a compassion for something that you've experienced there. The great compassion is that we are listening to everywhere. We don't listen with our ears or our eyes. We listen with our heart. So the great compassion is, if someone near to you has passed, understand every moment people are passing. And we see things differently in this way. We don't see it from this binary ones and zeros. This great compassion, it's truly infinite. There's no borders to it. And as we begin to use this great compassion, we're reciting the Buddha's name, Nama Amitabha, Nama Amitabha, Nama Amitabha. We're using this great compassion to reach out. And that's very, very important. Don't forget this, because this great compassion comes from the perfection of wisdom. This is very important. It's not just wisdom, but it is the perfection of it, meaning that it isn't that somebody says it's wise to save your money. It is you saving your money that's the perfection of that wisdom. But it's not so material as that. It is the saving of sentient beings. It's not that you are on a sinking ship and you get a life preserver in a boat and go away. You've all seen the Titanic, I'm sure. Men dressed up as women and people pushing people off of the boat and stuff. But it's going back and back and back to get others. This is the perfection of wisdom. It is in the activity of what we're doing that makes it work that way. Okay, I'm going to stop there, and if there's any questions, I'll take questions. Yes, hold on. There's going to be a couple on this side.
So I wasn't quite clear. When you're experiencing mind as discrete moments, is that because you're using ego mind or conceptual thought rather than mind?
Can you say that again, because it's hard because your mask is...
Sure. So you were talking earlier about how you can experience things as like binary when you kind of like go deep down. Like normally it feels continuous, but it becomes discrete at some point.
So experiencing what?
I don't know, I guess like phenomena, the ones and zeros. Like the 1 0 1 1, the binary stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So does that happen because you're using the ego mind or like conceptual thought? Like why is that occurring rather than the sort of parallel stuff that you were talking about with mind?
Let me explain, and maybe visually it might help. So no. Hold on. I'm still learning this thing. It's like you have to put it on then when it turns on green. Come on. All right. Anyway, when you have, sorry, I must be doing something wrong. He's got the magic touch. Thank you. So we used that one yesterday, like this. Do you remember? And so let's say there's something here that's being experienced, and right here is your ego. Your ego is not your true mind, but what it does is it starts doing ones and zeros, ones and zeros, ones and zeros. So it colors this, and it can only process at a very slow rate, and it processes it skewed to the interest of the ego, not to the interest of the total environment of the community. So the eye is looking at it and going, I can't really see that because this is in the way. So this is like a virus right here. It says red, but it's not going red. This is like a virus right here. And so you could say a cataract in an eye. Okay. And so it can't really see the image that well. And so when we remove that, then the eye is unimpeded, unobstructed. And so this is the processing, because this is where this was never removed. It was just obstructed by the virus that slowed down the computer, or you could say of the cataract. When it's done, then the full speed of the computation of mind, which is infinite speed, operates. And the mind is capable of this awareness that isn't singly like focused on one thing. It sees that, and that is that center stage I was talking about, but it also sees everything else, and everything else is also calculated into the decision of what to say next, do next, or think next. So this is how it works. But when what you're talking about, the ego, is not a real self. It is right here. It is a projection on the surface of the mind. It's just a projection. There is no two parts here and here. This is all one. And there's no location to the mind. Whereas my mind is everywhere. Whereas everywhere, it's mind. So when we see it in this way, then we begin to understand how mind works. So the way to do that is to remove the obstructions of the illusory ego. So we don't buy into the illusory ego. The mind will work very well, very quickly. You'll be actually very surprised how fast it works. Okay. Now, the young lady in front of you had a question.
I couldn't quite make the connection between the ask if of the lady, can I cry, and the example of burning down the house. I couldn't quite make the connection there.
Okay, well, the thing is that they're extremes. One of them, when we burn down the house, it is like the other way, where we go, well, everything is impermanent. So if it's impermanent, then we no, that's the way things are, so get over it. And there's some virtue to that, but not necessarily in that context, because one still has to have feelings. Like with the monk thought he was acting in the appropriate way, but what he should have done was said, young lady, are you lonely? Why are you doing this? I'm a monk. I cannot engage in this kind of conduct with you. Is there some way I can help you? And to engage her, to understand that. And that's a display of the heart. When people cry, it's a display of the heart. If all we do is just cry, it's not that easy, but sometimes we need to get that out. And it's difficult. I once had a cousin that her son was killed in a murder. And they told me, my cousin, they go, she's in a really bad way. She's been crying for weeks now. And so I called her up to talk to her, and she was crying right away as soon as I talked to her. And I said something to her that really stunned her, which was, it's okay to cry. No one can tell a mother how many tears they should shed for their children. So you cry as much as you want. She stopped crying. She just needed someone to say it was okay instead of saying, stop crying. And someone to acknowledge that it was her son that was left. And so we use our wisdom to see in any time how to operate. with me to say, even to my friend that's a monastic, everything's impermanent, get over it, that's very cold. But it's different. The situations are different. I'll tell you a story that will seem almost contradictory, but it was perfect. And that was, we were in a retreat, at the end of a retreat, and there was an old man there, and so he went to Shifu and he said, Shifu, you know, I hope I die before you. And so Shifu looked at him and said, why? And he said, because if you die before me, I will miss you greatly. This was a true appreciation, a true love that he was expressing. So what did Shifu say to him? He said, if I die before you, I shall not miss you. It's a different situation. And I just heard it. Other people were like laughing, like nervously laughing, but I understood exactly what he said. In that context, in that group of practitioners, he said what needed to be said precisely in that moment. Now, if it was somebody that came in off the street, he would not have said that. But it was appropriate for that moment where he says, I shall not miss you. Because he's telling them, don't cling to this life and being. And so it isn't in this way that we see things. We see them different in accordance with the way they are. But with someone that's grieving, then your actions are different. That's the difference with the mind being able to calculate precisely what needs to be said in any particular moment. And it works that way. Okay? So that's the thing, is what I was trying to demonstrate is this person is totally uncaring. Something's wrong with that. Versus saying, you know, don't cry, you know, everything's impermanent. In that situation, that doesn't fit the context. But when we say, you cry, and let this be a reminder to all the suffering, and spread that compassion, then that's appropriate. And that's the way that we do things. Everything is measured, but not consciously measured. Eventually, this array of options disappears. It's no longer there. And it just simply flows naturally, what needs to be said in any moment. I can't say that it's foolproof. Every once in a while, Gilbert will wiggle himself in there to say something. But I try to keep him out of the equation. When he comes in, he botches the whole thing up. It's like somebody throwing a monkey wrench in the machinery. So, but it is in that way. Any other questions? Okay. There's 3 on this side. There's less people, and you guys haven't had any questions.
Yeah, this is from yesterday. I still don't quite understand what the splitting of this sphere means.
What the meaning is?
Yeah.
It is showing you that this is in a way how one observes the knowing mind. We have to understand that there is a knowing mind, a gnosis. In English, it is gnosis. It is not separate. These are the same. The knowing mind, irregardless of where it's at, it knows. There's no dwelling place for it. If you go to look for Manjusri, for instance, Wenchupusa, there's a sutra of the dwelling place of Manjusri. And Manjusri doesn't have a dwelling place. Manjusri cannot be found, as the Buddha cannot be found in any locale. But there's no locale that doesn't have the presence of Manjushri or the Buddha. We know that there is this knowing aspect of mind. It is different than this ego right here. The ego is a false one, is simply a projection. If we have faith, we can break down the ego to make it disappear. Once we make the ego disappear, then the mind is unobstructed and it can see things clearly. So there's no real locale to either this side or this side over here. It is just an artist's rendition of a way of looking at mind to help you in a diagram form to see that there is a knowing mind, that which we believe to be mind is this ego. That's not real. It doesn't, because as I was saying before, by virtue of it, it could not change its mind to pick an ice cream. You would have to pick the same one always. But because it's constantly changing, you're changing your mind. That's not your true mind. That's ego, that's causes and conditions. Those are just habitual patterns. But this very mind that you're listening with right now encompasses all of this. It's infinite. But we're like somebody, that just always picks the wrong door on Let's Make a Deal. No. There was a show a long time ago where you could choose things. And what's very funny is if we played Let's Make a Deal, and I'd say, okay, you can have this, which is infinity, right here, or you can pick behind curtain number 1, 2, and 3. Which one do you pick? The ego says, I'll take curtain number 3. It always takes curtain number 3 instead of taking what's there, what's already known, which is your true mind, your true treasure beyond anything. And what's behind curtain number 3 is a donkey. And so that's what you pick. You always pick a donkey. You don't get the prize. And then you come back and hopefully you're not a donkey in the next lifetime. But it's because the ego is picking and it makes the wrong choice. That's why we always say, choose the Buddha. Choose what's clearly there on the table. Choose that. It is what you have right now. Don't disregard it. You don't have to polish it. You don't have to do anything, but just remember that this is your true nature. Your true nature is everything. And you want to give it up for a stack of money or a stack of jewels, you don't need to. You already have all of that. This is the treasury that you have of the Tathagata Garbha. Everything's there. So don't make a wrong choice. You make a wrong choice, you may end up like a donkey in the next lifetime. I'm not saying you will. I don't think you will. But I mean, this is, in this way, how people will do it. What's very funny about this, I was saying this to a class once, and then the next week I was watching a TV program about comedians, and they were on a program like this, Let's Make a Deal. And there was something that was obvious on the table that was very good. But they chose curtain number 3, and lo and behold, it was the donkey that I was talking about. And, it's very funny because what is the coincidence of that happening, right? That you pick it, you say, you're using that example, and next week you see it on the TV. So, but it happens sometimes. It's very interesting. Any other questions? No? Okay, you guys all must be heavily failing bladders by now, so I'll let you guys take a break.
Bow to the Buddha. Bow to the teacher.
You can leave.
Okay, take a break.
To a certain extent, yeah. I was looking, this helps, like just to do that and clear it out when I need to. So this is just, this is not just simply like that. This is some kind of a notebook then. It's an iPad that can do that. This is really, I mean, to me, it's useful because a lot of people, they're visual in terms of understanding. Other people aren't. So when you can show things, I think people like that. It keeps them more entertained too. It's just I have to practice to be able to use it. No, but it is something very amazing that we can use. Yeah, that's good because so it's just a regular Apple iPad that has this feature. So I can use that, and then I can travel with it too to see other things. But yeah, it's just a matter of kind of getting used to knowing how to do it. Connectors on them. Or fingers, pencil set. When you draw with Apple Pencil. Display brightness. So appearance is dark. Oh, that's just the display. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Good. Oh, I forgot. My drink is over. But it's cold though. Huh? Maybe in the afternoon. Okay. I had a craving. Thank you. The stuff I No, I think we're okay. Give them a chance, and then then I'll come back so they can just sit and meditate, maybe. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll be back. Just take a little bit of a rest. Are there any other words?
Bow to the Buddha. Bow to the teacher.
Amitabha. This part is going to be a little bit of a mixture of different references for you to get an experience of how sutras present mind, and just so you have a feeling for it, so that if you haven't read sutras before, or too many of them, you'll see how the language is. And it can be everything from very simple to very, very profound. Sometimes even the simple is extremely profound. I first wanted to show the first passage of the Zen teachings of Master Ling Chi, very great Chan master. And he starts out saying, the master instructed the group saying, those who study the Dharma of the Buddhas these days should approach it with the true and proper understanding. If you approach it with the true and proper understanding, you won't be affected by considerations of birth and death. You'll be free to go or stay as you please. You don't have to strive for benefits. The benefits will come of themselves. This is very simple, but yet so very incredibly profound what he's saying. And he's talking about this true and proper understanding. He's referring to right view, how mind works. He's telling you, if you know how the mind works, then you're not going to be twisted this way or twisted that way. You will be able to understand it. You won't be tied to birth and death and worrying about. So as a sentient being, what are the main things that we worry about? The primary one is, am I going to die? Or when am I going to die? How am I going to die? And will I be reborn again? But most of the time, people are more preoccupied with dying. So that's the big one. After that, it's like, do I have some water to drink? And then do I have food to eat? Do I have shelter? Those are the basic things that are there. And he's saying, if you have a true and proper understanding, you won't be preoccupied with these things. Of course, you have to use them, but the thing is that you're not attaching your existence to this body that's appearing here in samsara. And that's important, because the mind itself, because it's immutable, meaning it doesn't change, it's never been born. It always is there. We don't understand that. We can't believe it. All we can believe is whatever we see before our very eyes. But if we see that this world is fleeting, then we are looking for something to let's say, save us, because that's what we're looking at. But we, as a corporal body, cannot be saved. We don't necessarily have a soul, but we have something greater than that, and that's mind. We don't understand mind, but mind understands you. That too is something that is difficult for us to understand, because we can't. It is what they call inconceivable or non-conceptual. So when I say to you, a perfect example of non-conceptual would be what Han Shan said, that your practice has to be like a sword piercing the sky. Now, from this viewpoint, you could see the sword, you can see the sky, and you can see the sword cutting the sky. But what is, when you slit an opening into the sky, what's beyond that? You would have no way of being able to conceptualize that, but it's mind. So our practice in Zen is one where we are slashing at the scenery and deconstructing the idea that this is a real world. Doesn't mean that we become nihilistic and say nothing matters, or we say, there's nothing there. There is. It is, as I mentioned, there is some, that mind which is on the other side, which has a concern, an interest in pulling you out of the dream, like as if pulling you out of the womb. And if you're in a womb, you really don't know what you're doing when you come out. It's a whole different place. It's inconceivable for you to understand what after coming out of the womb, what is there. It's very interesting. When my son was very young, really, really small, he said to my wife that first he said something very interesting. He said, I really didn't want to come here. And she's going, what? Now, we're talking about a little kid that's barely able to speak. And he said, I really didn't want to come here. So then she said, then why did you come here? She was watering the lawn at the time. And said, well, then why did you come here? And he's just standing and said, because Guanxin Pusa told me to come. And so she was looking at him, and she said, well, do you want to go back? And he said, can I? And then she says, you can go back into my belly. And he says, can I have a flashlight? And so then she said, you remember there? He goes, yes. She goes, well, what were you doing in there? And he says, mostly swimming around. He was quite an unusual boy, but his name's Ananda. He's now like 28. But it was very unusual, what he was saying to her. And the thing, it's something that we begin to understand, coming into this life. But some people have a greater understanding of the in-between time. But what we do is we see that this world, we call this the Tathagata Garbha, that we are already Buddhas. We already have emerged from this womb. The only thing is that we don't understand it because of causes and conditions. We take this world to be real. We are like in an egg, but we don't understand that where we're at. And I'm getting addicted to this. Oops. Oh, there it went. Trying to figure, okay. We're like in an egg, and sometimes there's like an air sac in an egg, right? And sometimes we can break through that air sac and we go, wow, this is really, this is different because we're no longer in this kind of a watery area in here. And we think we've made it through to here, but in actuality, we think that that's it, but it isn't yet. But mind, to push the pen, let me see. Okay. There we go. Draw a new egg. But mind is out here, all over. Everywhere is mind. This is like a bubble in a stream. Mind is infinite. But us being a chick, let me see if I can get that. We're in here. And there's cracks all over as we begin to practice. And maybe there's a little break for a moment. And if we looked out, what would we see? We would not recognize that. That's like cutting the sky, slicing the sky. What would be there? Doesn't that interest you? Like, if I went outside and went, hey, I want to show you something real cool. You want to see something? And then I would take a big, like, Chinese sword and go, chuk, and slice a slit in the sky. What would you think? Put it back, sew it up, whatever. Or some of you would say, I want to see what's back there, but it's inconceivable. You cannot know what's there. You cannot know that here, by the way, this symbol that I draw all the time represents infinite. You cannot know the infinite because all you have is you're in here. You only know this. You do not know outside this bubble. And when you understand that you're like in this bubble in a stream, you don't know that it is the stream that is your true nature. But you believe your true nature is within the bubble. But if that bubble pops, then there's nothing that increases or decreases. It is just you recognize it was always the stream. And this is how we practice. We have to think about these things. The sutras, they're always giving us these clues. They're telling you, like a morning star. Anybody ever see a morning star? You get up early enough, you see a morning star. And it's fleeting. It goes away right away. It's not there for very long. Very short time. A flash of lightning in a summer cloud. So just for one moment, there is a light, and then it's gone. We use this kind of analogies to try to get you to see things as they are, for a true and proper understanding, so that you begin to gauge things, not from the distances between this part of the egg here and this part of the egg here, but we gauge it from the infinite. And when we have the infinite, there's no measurement there. It's inconceivable. This is what we call jumping into the void. Or jumping into the abyss. So when we jump into the void, what's there? We don't know. It would be the same as cutting a hole in the sky, getting a ladder, and then going up through it and finding out yourself. It is what Chan is always beckoning you to do, to jump into the void. One master said, you're at the top of a 100-foot pole. Jump, jump. But you're up there, on a 100-foot pole, and you go, how far is it down? You don't even know how far it is down. But the masters are saying to jump. I tell you, jump, let go. Sometimes I run into people that have been practicing meditation, and in their meditation, what happens is that they get to a point where everything disappears. It's like you were riding, imagine you're driving on a road, and as you're driving on the road, the scenery starts to disappear, the traffic signs disappear, the white line on the road disappears, and then the road disappears. This is the point where you jump. There's nothing left there. Just jump. Don't close your eyes. Just jump or go. Just keep going. That's why they say, gata, gata, para samgata, bodhisattva, go to the other shore. Don't look back. Do it. Go into that. Don't be afraid. A lot of people get to that point and they're so afraid, so they don't want to go any further. Sometimes people, even when they're young and they've meditated, they get to that point and they're afraid, so they don't take up meditation again because they were startled. They're startled because there's no sense of self. If you get to that point, you won't know it because you won't be there. What is that? No, you have to jump. I can't push you in. I can try to push you in a little bit, like Ling Chi used to shout as his students to try to shock them into something. Maybe that would work. Or hit them. But we can't do that anymore because I don't want to go to jail. One modern day master from DDM was doing that to the people, and they all were warned that he was going to teach them in the old way. And so he had a big stick. And finally he came to this lady and he was going to hit her. And she said, you hit me and I will sue you. Obviously she didn't become enlightened. But he didn't go to jail either. So things are different these days. But the thing is that you still have to take that chance, to let go of the body. It's not easy. When you get to that point, it's not easy because your ego's going to be there, watching you, and pulling you back. You can't do that. How do you know where that door goes to? You're going to go through that door, and it says there's no guarantees here what you're going to find here. You can't even see inside. But you take that leap of faith. You go through. And then everything's there. It's infinite. You reboot just like a computer reboots. Everything's still in its place. But you've seen through that tear in the sky. You know what you're doing here. You know how to practice. You will never forget that. You may forget the practice, but you'll never forget that experience. The trick is just keep going. Okay. So it says, followers of the way, the outstanding teachers from times past have all had ways of drawing people out. I want what I want myself to impress on you is that you mustn't be led astray by others. If you want to use this thing, use it. If you have no doubts or hesitations. So he's saying to you that if you want to practice, just practice. Just use this mind. And that's the way it is. Don't have doubts, don't have hesitations. He's telling you, just take that leap. When students today fail to make progress, where's the fault? And so he says, the fault lies in the fact that they don't have faith in themselves. If you don't have faith in yourself, then you'll forever be in a hurry trying to keep up with everything around you. You'll be twisted and turned by whatever the environment you're in, and you can never move freely. But if you can just stop this mind that goes rushing around moment to moment, looking for something, then you'll be no different than the patriarchs and the Buddhas. And so this is his encouragement to you to practice. And then we talked yesterday about the Trikaya, the Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya, the Dharmakaya, and I mentioned that the Trikaya is present in every moment. And this is what he has to say. If you want to be no different than the patriarchs and the Buddhas, then never look for something outside of yourself. The clean, pure light in the moment of your mind is the essence body of the Buddha lodged in you. So this essence body is your self-nature or the Dharmakaya. The undifferentiated light in the moment of your mind, that is the bliss body of the Buddha lodged in you. And that would be the Sambhogakaya. So you have that ability to achieve this blissfulness of freedom and ease in body and mind. It's already here. You don't have to wait to die and then get in line as if you're trying to board a cruise ship to go to the other shore or to go to enlightenment. It is already here, this bliss body. But you choose to cling to the all of the obstructions and attachments here instead. The undiscriminating light in the moment of your mind, that is the transformation body of that's the Nirmanakaya. That's you, that's lodged in you. You are a transformation body, just like the Buddha was. You have this body. This body's not real, but it nevertheless is part of the Trikaya. It's appearing because it's part of the Buddha mind, and causes and conditions never fail. We don't recognize that. We don't understand this identity. These three types of bodies are you and the person who stands before me now listening to this lecture on the Dharma. And simply because you do not rush around seeking things outside yourself, you can command these fine faculties. You can command it. Remember, I told you the Dharma Dharmata Vibhanga Sutra, a very high-level one, is talking about directing the mind. It's the same thing. You can command it. You can command it. Everything's created by the mind, so you set into motion where you want to go, what you want to do. You understand this. Of course, you're subject to the laws of karma, but nevertheless, although you're not free from the karma, you're in harmony with it. So that's not a problem. You can deal with it. I wish I could tell you the whole thing, but I want to give you a taste of some other things. This is from Master Han Shan. And this is from quite a long time ago, but he's talking about this and saying, generally speaking, in this Dharma ending age, there are more people who practice than people who truly have realization. And so he's lamenting that and saying there's a lot of people that are sitting on a cushion. And Shifu used to say, did you come to a retreat to practice mind or practice your legs? And it's that way. You don't come here to practice your legs. Oh, I can sit for 2 hours. Really? But when you stand behind people sometimes, you can stand behind people and you can sense, listen, and you'll see somebody that's sitting there, and it's just like that. You stand behind somebody else that still is a stone lion, not moving at all, and as you stand behind them, you can hear and you're hearing them having conversations with themselves, even though they practiced to be a stone lion. Inside, they're just lying to themselves. They're still moving around. So we don't practice the legs. Don't worry about the legs. You practice the method. You never abandon the method, whether the method is watching the breath, counting the breath, just observing the environment, or using a huatou. What is wu? What is emptiness? So he said, there are many people who waste their efforts than those who derive power. So he's talking about power. People go, power? I want power. Who wants power? I want power. No, it's not that kind of power. Don't worry. So he says, derives power. What is this? They do not exert their effort directly and do not know the shortcut. So they don't exert their effort directly. Remember what I was saying? The High Sutra says, direct the mind. He's saying the same thing here in more simple terms, but he's saying this is what we do, is we direct the mind. And then a shortcut. So who wants to know a shortcut to the practice? Raise your hand. This should be a no-brainer, you know. What do you like? He gets it right away. He could be in the front of the line. I mean, he's all in, right? That's good. It's like who wants to know the shortcut? It's like saying, okay, who wants to go to the front of the line or stand in a line at Disneyland for 5 kalpas? Because that's about how long it takes to get to the front of the line. But you can go right to the front. That's the shortcut. What is a shortcut? Who would think, what's the shortcut? It's simple. I'll tell you for $10. Nobody know what the shortcut is. The mind. What about the mind? There's a part of the mind that's very important. Go ahead, give it to her.
I'm not sure. I'm guessing because everything is created by the mind. So
This is a pretty good guess.
the shortcut is just the mind.
It's the shortcut. It is that. She gets in front of you. She's got priority. Everything is created by the mind. I started with that. The very first thing I told you, to know all the Buddhas of the past, present, and future, perceive that all Dharma, Dhatu, nature, everything is created by the mind. It's very simple. So we understand that. Mind is the Tathagata Garbha, the Buddha womb. The Buddha womb, everything issues from it. So if the sky issues from the Buddha womb, how could not some slicing of the sky not also exist in the Buddha womb? It's all created by the mind. Who put the buffalo in the wooden bowl? Mind. Who put the mountain in the wooden bowl? Mind. Everything is this way. We just don't understand that. We don't understand how powerful that is. So we cannot derive power from our own intrinsic power. Okay. So it says, instead, many people fill their minds with past knowledge of words and language based on what they've heard, or they measure by means of their emotional discriminations. And a lot of people do that. They go, oh, I'm so close now. My gosh. You know, I hear the birds chirping and everything. And so they get so excited. Or they suppress deluded thoughts. Erase, erase, erase. You just want to erase all of the thoughts in mind. You don't have to do that. This is something, suppressing deluded thoughts, don't ever do that. If somebody is teaching you to do that, stop them right away and tell them you don't have to do that. C. Gilbert. I'm serious, because they are not helping you. I once was at many years ago at Chan Meditation Center, and they were having a class for Dharma teachers, and I happened to be there on that day, so I kind of sat in and audited what was happening, perhaps persona non grata in the corner, and so one of the persons was saying, my practice is good. As for my practice, I'm doing good. I have a few thoughts in my mind now, and I'm trying to get rid of them. And I said, why? And everybody looks at me. And she looks at me. I go, why do you want to get rid of them? And they're just looking. And I said, they're appearing naturally, in accordance with causes and conditions. To suppress the thoughts is counteractive to the practice. And so I went and gave them this talk like a mini Villa Macready. And they were kind of stunned after that, because they had never heard of such a thing. But this was going to be a Dharma teacher. I didn't want that to go out that way. We don't suppress thoughts. The thoughts are naturally there. Whether they're sacred or profane, it doesn't matter. We just understand mind. When we understand mind, we don't have to worry if we have scattered thoughts. They will go away in due time. It's very important. Or you can take the long way around and try to erase the thoughts as they're coming. Erase them, erase them, erase them. And then when you do that, you'll be doing that for 5 kalpas. You can do it if you want. Where's the line to the Space Mountain thing? Oh, it starts about 5 miles back there, If you go there right now, you might be able to get there before closing time. And you can do that until you get tired. My arm's tired of trying to erase the thoughts. And then finally you just decide to practice it. And then you end up at the same spot you could have if you were first in line, which is all of those things are appearing naturally. That's what's important, is you see the things that they're naturally appearing. It's okay. It's all right. You have a foul thought, a bad thought, a thought of this, a scary thought, a confusing thought, an angry thought, a good thought, a happy thought. They're all arising in accordance with causes and conditions. Let them go by. You should not be like the gatekeeper in that way. The only thing is that what they say is the crime is not that the thoughts arise, but in not knowing them soon enough that they've arisen. So when the thoughts are beginning to come up, then you catch them right away. And so as you catch them, the mind is aware of everything, and it's monitoring this, and then as the thoughts go by, it's okay. You're aware. It's here, I'm talking to you. If somebody walks into the room, I'm aware the person walks into the room. If somebody walks out of the room, I'm aware of them walking out of the room. The mind is there, but it doesn't interfere with my function. Your function when you're sitting on the cushion is to hold the method. That's it. That's all you have to do. And then it works perfectly. We don't understand that part. So they say, suppress deluded thoughts, or they dazzle themselves with visionary astonishment at the sensory gates. And a lot of people do that. Everybody wants to see colors. The 60s are over, okay? If you missed the 60s, you missed it. You missed the light show, okay? Sorry, it's an arcane reference to hippiedom. But any case, everybody at that time, everybody wanted to see colors, you know. It wasn't just enough, oh, let me get high or whatever. I wanted to see something psychedelic. It isn't in that way. Mind is ordinary and mundane. It isn't something where you go there and it's like referring back to Disneyland, closing time and there's fireworks in the sky. It doesn't happen that way. There's nothing there. The Buddha's not there high-fiving you, okay? If you're looking for a high five, forget that, okay? You know, he only comes on Sundays, just everyone. Oh, no, that's Santa Claus. But in any case, you're not going to have that kind of an experience. So the pressure's off. You don't have to worry about that. Sometimes people will say, oh, I saw this color, or I saw that color. I saw the red color, and it says in this text that that's a good sign. I just say, put it down. Put it down. None of those things are important. You just march forward with everything. Sometimes people will come to you and they want me to certify their experiences. But I will say what Master Boshan said. Master Boshan is a great master too, and he's in the book of Attaining the Way by Master Shen Yang. I highly recommend reading that book. But Master Boshan said there were two words that his master said to him that were so important that he'll never forget. And I always tell this to one of my senior students, you know, and let him say it because it's like he's heard it so many times from me. And the two words, anybody know what the two words are? No. Not yet. So you go there and you tell them, but this time it was this way and this way. Not yet. You know, and then you have to go back and conjure up some other imagery you can to explain to them why this is different than the other one that you brought to them. But it's this not yet that is such of a key. It is that when we look at it and we say, we let go of it and say it doesn't matter if somebody confirms you or whatever. It's just this moment. When you get to the point where it's just this, and not even the just this, it's just this just, and not even the just, that's when you don't got it. That's mine. Mine got you. This is what I want to share with you. It will take time, but some people can advance very quickly. It depends on how long you want to do it, and that's why I'm telling you, you want to know the shortcut. The shortcut is everything's created by the mind. You want to take the long way around, and what the sutras say are the second level, then you practice second level, which is try to erase thoughts from your mind, try to calm your mind, try to stay awake, instead of just simply seeing mind as mind. With this right view, it shortens the time of your practicing. Okay? One question, anybody has a question? No question? Oh, one here.
This question is on your comment on when you use the example that some people are meditating and you hear them talking to themselves, a lot of talk. Is that more of an analogy, or you're saying that you or someone else actually had the sense that even though you're not hearing them physically, but you know because you have very acute sense that this person is doing a lot of self-talk while meditating?
As you begin to practice, you develop certain skills and certain, what some people may think is intuitiveness, but it is just mind. It's a sense of mind, and it can become very incredible. Okay, it's not why we practice. It's just naturally there, and so you can sometimes even hear the discussion. Sometimes you can just hear the vibrations of somebody sitting in a very calm way, where other people are like having those kind of rhythmic, patterns to their thoughts, where they're struggling, they're having emotions inside, they're doing all sorts of things. So you can feel those things. So mind is very interesting in that way. And there were times when I talked to Master Shen Yang, who didn't really speak English, but we were able to communicate with each other. Like for one time, he was talking for quite a while in Chinese. And then I began to respond to him. And the people go, wait, we haven't translated what he said. And Shufu said, it's okay, he knows what I said. And it was just that way. So that's not a superpower, that's not anything. It's just heart to heart. How could I not know what he was saying in that moment? So I always talk about we live in the Buddha moment. The Buddha moment is all moments, Buddha time. We don't live in our ego time. And we are clear about that time and where we're at, we're in mind. And we just keep reminding ourselves about that. And little by little it becomes clear. The whole thing is investigating mind is critical. That's the shortcut. That's why I call it mind work. It is mind work that we do, investigating mind. So we will take our break now. We're a little bit late, so I don't like to be late at breaks.
Bow to the Buddha. Bow to the teacher. Okay, please go to dining hall.
Amitofo. We're going to continue a little bit with some of the instructions of Master Han Shan. And he was a 16th century Chan master. He says, in order to engage in the practice, you must first sever knowledge and understanding and single-mindedly exert all your efforts on one thought. What he's saying here is not to dumb yourself down by severing knowledge. It means to let yourself go so that you have no expectations, that you are not conceptualizing. The issue is that when we conceptualize about things, we conceptualize on what enlightenment would be. Now, I know quite a few of you have conceptualized about what enlightenment is. And you think, oh, what does enlightenment feel like? And this conceptualization then serves as a barrier for you that you cannot progress because you have a preconceived notion of what is inconceivable. If you could close the doors, please. Thank you. So this is not the way we do it. We sit with no expectation. We just sit. There's the practice of Mo Chao. And Mo Chao is just sitting. You just sit. What part of just sitting are you missing? It's not just sitting and conceptualizing about enlightenment, just sitting and thinking about what you're going to do at work, tomorrow, just sitting and whatever. It is just sitting. What part of that are we missing? And it's really wonderful. You just sit, mind looking at mind which is inconceivable, so you can't think about what mind is. You can think about what ego is, and you generally tie ego to your body. Not to anybody else's body, but you tie it to your body. But what if you don't tie mind to the ego? Then mind just simply is resting in the present moment. It severed this knowledge and conceptualization. No conceptualization. Master Hongren told Huineng late at night on the third watch, he called them into his quarters, and they actually were sitting there, and Master Hongren, he took his robe, and they covered themselves so people could not see any light or see that they were in the room. And he told him something that even though Huineng had already had some realizations that really hit him like a thunderclap. And it was very simple. Now, I can tell you this, you have like a 0.000001 probability that you'll become enlightened by listening to this. But nevertheless, you may be the one. So did you buy your lotto ticket? Okay. If you listen sincerely, even though you cannot get it, you might be able to feel something from it. But it's very simple. He said to him, give rise to mind that is nowhere supported. Give rise to mind that is nowhere supported. And you go, is that it? This is extremely profound. Now, if you've practiced enough in condition, when I told this to some of my senior students, right away they were in awe. They penetrated right deep to the words. It doesn't mean that you don't have the capability. It's just that it takes time to mature the practice. What we call in the scriptures a maturation of the practice. So the more you practice, the more you understand, the more you see right view, the more you practice right view, your mind is ripe. Just like in that moment, Huai Ning's mind was ripe. He had gone there to see Master Hongren, and when Master Hongren realized his capabilities, he put him to pound rice for several months, pounding rice. And when he pounded the rice, he afterwards, some of you know the story about the mirror stand. I won't repeat that one today. But because of some verse that he wrote, Master Hongren realized he was somebody of very special ability. So he went to see him where he was at, and he said, is it ready? And Huai Ning says, it's long been ready now. In other words, saying, it's there, it's prepared. So he tapped his cane on the table for 3 times, telling him on the 3rd watch, come to see me. So that's when he went to see him. And he said this, give rise to mind that is nowhere supported. Nowhere supported. This is why Master Han Shan says, sever the mind of knowledge. He's not saying become dumb or stupid or don't learn things. He's saying cut off that mind of conceptualization. So when we give rise to mind that is not supported, it is not phenomena. When we give rise to mind that is supported, it is, for instance, if I'm to say to you, what is your favorite flavor of ice cream? How would that affect you right now? Say, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? What's your thought? Strawberry. Yeah, it's a good choice. How about you? If I say to you, it's okay. What's your favorite, or no, if I just said to you, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? What is going through your mind? You imagine the ice cream, okay? So you imagine some flavor, right? Or it's a wafer cone or a sugar cone. You know, why are you coming up with these? Why did strawberry come up in your mind? Yeah, we better get the mic. Why did strawberry come up in your mind? Don't worry about the answers, because everybody's answers are going to be very similar.
I think you mentioned strawberry ice cream yesterday. So it's been on my mind when I heard ice cream.
Strawberry is certainly supported in her mind. You see what I'm saying? This is what Hongren said. You give rise to a mind that is nowhere supported. So you know, to him, they would say, what's your favorite flavor of ice cream? But if he hasn't had that kind of thing, may say, well, anyone is fine, okay, because there's no supporting there of that. This is crucial. This is very, very profound. This goes to the essence of Chan, of the statement that he says. Later, when he was, he left the temple and he was on the run because people were chasing after him because he had the robe and the bowl. And that had been passed on from Dhammo all the way down to him. And people were after him. And they wanted something. I don't know what they would do when they caught up with him, but they were chasing him. He told them, go now. And so finally, one person caught up with him. One monk used to be in the military, so he was able to track him down, Hui Ming. And Hui Ming came, and Hui Ning had left his robe in the bowl on a rock. And when Hui Ming came to pick it up, he couldn't pick it up. Even though it was just a robe and a bowl, he couldn't lift it off the rock. And then he said, because Hui Ning had run into the forest to hide. So he abandoned his little campsite. And so Hui Ming called to him. And he said, I don't come for the robe and the bowl. I come for the Dharma. And Hui Ning then showed up. And so he looked at him. And he told him something very important. Sit and settle your mind. So he told him, sit there to meditate, calm your mind. This is very important because people miss this, but it is this calming of his mind that enabled him to say what he was going to say to him, but he told him to calm his mind. So you calm your mind. And whenever I go to a long-term retreat, this one's a little bit different, I'll let the people sit for 15 or 20 minutes first to calm their minds before I come in and give a lecture. For that reason, that people's minds are calm. They're more able to accept the teaching. So after he had calmed his mind, Hui Ning told him, without thinking of sacred or profane, what mind is that? So he essentially told him the same thing. Without thinking of sacred or profane, good or bad, what mind is that? So, because if one thinks this is good or one thinks this is bad, it's conceptualization, it's choosing. But if one doesn't choose, what mind is that? It is the mind that is given rise that is not supported anywhere. It's the mere mind. It is your true nature, not what is fabricated, conceptualized, that is attached to myriad of attachments and discriminations and differentiations in the mind. It's your mind. So when you sit on a cushion, you don't give rise to a mind of good or bad. You give rise to this mind that's nowhere supported, not conceptualized. This is our difficulty when we practice. You know, what we do is we teach people backwards. We teach them to sit, cross their legs, and then hope for the best. And someday, some well-known advisor will tell them, you know, you really are kind of doing it wrong. It ought to be done this way or something. And they're going, what? And do you know how many times I've done that in my career? And in that, the people change. Sometimes it's like a thunderclap to them. some of my students, when they heard me lecture on Give Rise to a Mind That's Nowhere Supported, it hit them so strong because they were ready for it. And it's that way. And some people who have practiced and practiced, it's okay, they're practitioners. They were going all the way around the mountain until I told them, with a shout, the mountain will collapse. And collapse it does. So this idea of sitting now, deconceptualize your mind. Conception is something that you make up or think of, something from the past or something perhaps from the future. What is enlightenment? So you have this conception of what enlightenment is, or some experience you had that you bring forward to compare and say, I'm almost there. Sometimes we tell people, I will tell people when they say something to me that the snow is melted and the path is clear, meaning keep going in this way. But it's kind of a cheap thing if we say, oh, you're almost there, because then they get excited, almost there, wow, I'm almost there. It's a foolish thing to say. Don't ever say that to people. Somebody told me that, and I was trying to explain something, and I went, you don't know what I'm talking about. That's what I said. I didn't say it. You don't know what I'm talking about. But you have to say something because you're a professor, so you have to say, but you don't have any idea of what I was explaining to him. But you're almost there. It isn't in this way. Where are you going to go? It doesn't work that way. We see the things with right view. When we see the things clearly, when we sit with mind, what we're doing is we're practicing giving rise to mind that's nowhere supported. When we get up off the cushion, then we're not attached to all these shackles and chains that load us down with these preconceptions of what's going to happen next or what has already happened. We're free of that. There's a buoyancy there, literally a buoyancy to you as you course through things. It's easier. It's what I call like a hot knife cutting through butter. So easy. Everything's that way. If you try to use a knife on cold butter, I'm sure all of you have had that experience, it's not so easy. Generally, the whole butter thing flies off the table. So you give rise to this mind that's nowhere supported. This is so incredibly beautiful. Neither good nor bad. What mind is that? It is your true nature, your original face that you see. You put two mirrors together without you in between. It is your original face. Infinite. Yet there's still light there. What does it illuminate? It illuminates everything, because everything that's seen, even the phenomena, is mind, so it sees right through it. It is if, I use this as an analogy, that you were like a transparent fish swimming through the water. So when we sit and we don't give rise to anything, just mind is there. The Tibetans, in their Dochen practice, they say that rest the mind in Rigpa. So the term Rigpa Come on. Magic fingers. It's not turning on. I have to use the pen. Oh, is that what I've got? And I apologize because I'm pen. It's not green. I did that. Oh, okay. Rigpa. This term, Rigpa, is a very important term in any language. I don't know what it is in Chinese, but it is the clarity of the mind. So we rest the mind in the clarity of the mind. How do we do that? We give rise to mind that is nowhere supported, is the clarity of the mind. Not being attached to preconceptions, not being attached to time, space, or anything. When we sit, we just sit. The mind is resting in that moment. What does it see? Infinite. It's not dead mind. It's not a dark cave. A lot of people meditate and put their minds into a dark cave. They just block out thought. When we sit and meditate, the mind is aware. It is aware of the environment. It is clear. It's oriented as to time and space, but understands it belongs to mind. The Platform Sutra is very interesting, Huineng's Platform Sutra. Why do you think they call it the Platform Sutra? Anybody? Okay, bonus points if you get this one. Come on. Who's going to get it? Why do you think the Platform Sutra is called the Platform Sutra? All right.
This is actually just purely a guess, but it's talking about support or like becoming unsupported.
Support of what?
Mind.
Support of mind, yes. The first part was pure ego, what you said. You have to give rise to the mind that's nowhere supported. You're supporting your ego with that. You see what I'm saying? It's interesting. I point that out, and I'm kidding you, but because we all do it. But when you see it, then you go, oh, this may be a wild guess. So if you get it right, you sound pretty cool, right? But he's hedging his bet. It's not like he gets the whole credit because he's guessing at it, but if he gets it, he's still right. And if he's wrong, he said, well, it was a guess. You see how clever the mind is? It's very interesting. We study mind. Platform Sutra is all about setting a platform for the practice. And when you set a platform for the practice, then as you're practicing, you build this foundation. And the Dharma is this foundation. Everything there, from infinity, emptiness, to impermanence, all of these things are there. The principles of our practice, they serve as the support of the mind's practice, so we don't fall through, because we want to fall through into ego. They are really, you could say, anti-life preservers. Because they're trying to tell you, okay, Go beyond. Go beyond. That's what the Heart Sutra says. Go beyond. What is beyond? Again, it's the mind, infinite. This here on the table cannot go. We talked about the three jewels, right? The Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. Only one is real of the three jewels. Which one is real? Huh? The Dharma? Which one is real? The Buddha. Only the Buddha is real. The Dharma is a conceptualization and a convention of this samsaric world. We don't know what other worlds there are, but maybe in those other worlds they have different ways of speaking. If you ever see like the 1950 sci-fi movies, I grew up on them, and they'd always go to different planets, and the people would be speaking English. And I thought, that's strange, they should be speaking Spanish. But it's our conceptualization that we think that this is the only place in the whole cosmos that's here. But that defies the laws of averages. Even in our small universe, there's got to be other places. And there's got to be other universes. We don't understand that. It's too big for us. That's why the sutras use numbers that are incalculable. We on Earth historically, for Homo sapiens, maybe go back, maybe 60,000 years before we stopped rubbing our knuckles on the ground. That's such a short time. Sometimes I give the monastics, if I have them, a fossil. So I give them a little trilobite or some fossil and say, this is 600 million years old. Now, not too many of us was alive back then. 600 million years old. It's like an incalculable number to think about. And that's just here. And so when we think about how much time, then how can the whole universe revolve around us? When we look at it and we say, then this is a dream, we don't know what time it is. What time is it? Well, it's like, 1 o'clock or whatever time it is, 1:30. But that time only is Pacific Standard Time. That's not world time. And if we went to Mars and we go, oh, it's lunchtime, we got to eat. And they go, what do you mean? We've got like another 2 years until you eat. It's different. When we see things, when we give rise to this mind that's nowhere supported, it is not a restraint. It's not ignorance. It's the removal of ignorance. It enables the mind to be free, liberated from conceptualization. Within that liberation is contained the conceptualization. But it is seen as phenomenal. The true mind is seen as the noumenon, as the base, the Dharmakaya. So it is different when we see things in this way. So as we look at things and we say, the school of, Madhya Madhyamaka. This is the middle way. In this school, there are two truths. Does anybody know what the two truths are? Nobody. Okay. This is Nagarjuna was the main proponent of the Madhyamaka. So remember that, because he was a great philosopher. If he was here in this time period and challenging the philosophers of modern day, they would have to submit probably within a minute or two, because it was very interesting, his way of debating. His style was to negate what the others are advancing, but he doesn't propose anything on his own. So they cannot attack him. Because how can you attack the inconceivable? So he came up with a two truths doctrine. There's no autocorrect spelling here. Two truths doctrine. And in the two truths doctrine, there is apparent and absolute realities. The Theravadins, they said everything is real. The Yogacara school said everything is consciousness only, more pointing towards the absolute, or mind-only school. In Chinese, it's like Chengwei Sanlun. What is the Sanlun school? You guys don't know the Sanlun. Sanlun. So the Sanlun school came from the Madhyamaka school. And it's the Chinese version of the Madhyamaka, the Indian Madhyamaka school. You know now, some of you? So anybody? Do you know how to say it? The doctrine of mere consciousness is from the Sanlun school, but it came from Madhyamaka. So we have this, and Nagarjuna's there in the middle. So Madhyamaka school means the middle. And he looks at stuff, and by the way, we're not in Chan 101 anymore. Okay, we're in Chan 501. So some of you who are there, you guys are getting bonus stuff now. This is good stuff, though. So in this way, the apparent reality is here. This is an apparent reality. Everything is appearing, but it's a projection. Where do you think you're appearing? You have to be appearing somewhere. We took a projector, okay, and we shined the projector with a movie in it up to the sky on a clear night. What would you see? Just nothing. You guys are slow on the draw. I've got a ringer here. It's good. Nothing. You see nothing. Why? Because there would be nothing for it to be projected on. But yet, we're all here. I'm a projection. I could be at Disneyland, the projection like Abraham Lincoln, and talking to you 7 years, and I would still be there. What is seeing me? What do you think sees me? What sees me? Mind? How do you see me? I'm not asking for a subjective answer. Your eyes, do your eyes have the consciousness? Where am I seen? Am I seen inside your head? Your head's not that big. In your mind? And where exactly is your mind? So, am I being seen in her mind? In mind. You see? She already graduated. That's good. It's changing. And I do this. I don't pick on people. You're learning along with everyone else. And you're being a good spirit to do that. But when I'm asking you questions, it's because everybody has that same thing. But you are not seeing me with your eyes. You are not seeing me with your brain. You may think in this way, but even the brain has to be projected somewhere. So we have to see something. So let's leave this for a moment. And let's picture a red apple. Picture a red apple in your mind. Okay? Can you picture it? Every once in a while I have somebody say, oh, I can't picture a red apple in my mind. Can you see a red apple in your mind? Anybody that didn't see a red apple? You're not seeing a red apple. Ay, 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 ay. It looks like that. Put that image in your mind. Picture a red apple. Ay, contraries. Okay. You imagine a red apple, right? We don't look at the red apple. What is it projected on? What is that? Where did that apple that you got, where did it come from? Yeah, I mean, do you have like this repository in your mind with that? But that's something that's there that all of you can see it. You can see a red apple. We're not concerned about what the apple is. We want to know where that apple came from. Where does it come? And when we go with that, and if I had a red apple, and I'm saying, where is this projected on? So we have to look and see, because we can't have a projector and just projecting and have an image there. There has to be something there. That's the noumenon. And all of the sutras, they talk about projections. I'm telling you this because later on, when you study further, you will see, oh, they're talking about projections. So all phenomena, everything that's conceptualized, is projected in the mind. That is impermanent. Not only is it impermanent, it's fundamentally empty. It has if it wasn't empty and impermanent, then this poor girl would have to be eating strawberry ice cream every single time she orders it. Even though there's other ones there, she could not change her mind because it's fixed in there. But it isn't. Phenomenally, she can change her mind. She may say, I like you. The next day she may say, I don't like you. Because I changed my mind. No, you can't change your mind. You can't change your mind. And that's all Nagarjuna had to do with them, with the Theravadins, is say, can you change your mind? Yeah, of course you can change it. Then it's not real. Because something that's real never changes. It's immutable. Mind never changes. Mind is signless. But in its nature, its true nature, it doesn't change. It doesn't be born or die. It is just that way. It's the thusness of it. But nevertheless, there's appearances in mind. The apparent reality. Where are these appearances appearing at? Mind. In mind. So, when we see that and we say this inquiry of matching halves a poem, the phenomena appears in mind. It exists because it's part of mind, but it doesn't exist because it's impermanent. Its only reality is that it is appearing in mind. But its fundamental nature of phenomena is that it's empty. It has no lasting ability. If you understand this, no matter if you're a beginner or advanced, this will take you up to the next level. You don't have to worry. You don't have to go and say, well, I didn't go to kindergarten. I didn't go to first grade. It's okay. Have faith. You'll get there. But I've already given you how to get there. And so it will be easier for you. When I was a little kid, I mean, like really little, someone in my family gave me an algebra book when I was just learning my multiplication tables. And I read it. I was reading it, and it was very thick, small print book on advanced algebra, and I was so curious about it. It was frustrating because I didn't have any teaching on it, only the book itself. But I still tried. So when I got to the algebra, I kind of knew about it, or mostly knew about it when we finally got there several years later and studying algebra. So it's okay if you learn advanced stuff. Don't be afraid of it. It gives you something, it gives you this guide for you to move towards, to see, like a lodestar. Now I'm really going ancient on you, like Norseman lodestar. Anybody know what a lodestar is? Raise your hand. Oh my gosh, nobody knows what a lodestar is? You stand up, did you? No? No. I'm kidding you. A lodestar is a rock that has magnetic properties, and it can move and show the North Pole. And so here, what I'm giving you is this ability to understand this. So when we see this, sometimes they talk about the absolute, and they'll refer to it as the direction north. So they're saying it's north, and showing this is the way one should go. Now, it doesn't mean that you start traveling north, you're going to get cold real quick. But the thing is that the lodestar means that you've heard, even though you don't understand completely, you understand that mind is non-conceptual. That if you rest in mind and give rise to no opinions, give no rise to anything that supports it, this is mind, your true mind, your absolute mind. That's your absolute mind. So be patient with this. And I said at lunch, I'm going to teach them basic stuff. Is this basic enough? But in any case, it's important because when you understand this, you understand how all of these things from the Yogacara school here, the Madhyamaka school, the Theravadan school, they all poured into Chan. And when you see the sutras, they also talk in the terms of, especially Yogacara school and Madhyamaka, they talk in terms of those schools. And that's, important because when you understand those schools, you understand Chan. Chan is a school of Buddhist doctrine. It's very similar to in Brazil, they have a certain martial arts called Vale Tudo. It's Portuguese for vale means worth and tudo means everything. So everything is worth it. And so when we understand that all of this stuff that you're studying is kind of like the lodestar, it's going to send you in the right path. And you understand that all of these schools that pour into Chan, they have some worth. Now, scholars can argue ad infinitum about the differences between the schools. Chan didn't do that. Chan pulled them in and said, all of these schools are good. Like in a martial arts, if somebody says a boxer's punch, a Thai person's kick, a judo person's throw, all of those things have a value. And so we can put them into a system of fighting that has all of these schools. So what do you think? That system of fighting versus a boxer, it's going to beat him. It's going to beat a wrestler because they have wrestling. They have all of it. All of it's there. Chan took all of these schools and brought them together. It got the best of all of these schools and did that. Sometimes people they're ignorant about it, and there was a time way back when they say, Chan is beyond words and phrases. Yes, it's beyond words and phrases because it's not conceptual, but it doesn't mean that we don't study. And that was clear by Huineng's Platform Sutra, that we study in order to create the platform from which we spring off of. And that's important. So we have this foundation. And our foundation, truly to me, is the best of the best. I've studied many religions. I've studied many ways of doing things. And it's truly the best in terms of what it brings in. It's at the basic, very simple. When you finish your food, you wash your bowl. Pretty simple, right? And it can be complex as showing you how to direct the mind and its connection with others. But all of that is in Chan. In the practice of it, it is something that we demonstrate. The long way around is try to adhere to it and discipline the body to do things. The short way is to see everything as mind and that we understand how mind works. So if you're confronted with somebody, instead of saying, I must remain pious, I should not say anything to them, I will turn the other cheek. It is something that, and I'm not saying anything about turning the other cheek, but the thing is that's a lower level that's trying to polish this tile. But if we understand from mind, naturally mind will show us, and we demonstrate in our everyday life how to practice. We demonstrate. So if somebody is there and they're angry, I'm sure all of you have been in a situation where you're around people that are angry, right? Sometimes angry at you, angry at other people. Sometimes it's a whole group of people, like a cackle of hens squawking at each other. I shouldn't say things feministic, like a bunch of roosters fighting each other. And what do? Do you jump into the fray? Do you fight? Or do you begin to separate people, calm them down? This is just natural, right? If it's so natural, then why people can't do it? Because they're so tied to their ego that they can't break that. They want to solve violence with violence. But in our practice, we are naturally in accord with what needs to be there. And it is in this way that we practice, is that we only put in what needs to be there, not anything extra. And then it will work properly. Any questions? Okay. Hold on, I can give you. Go ahead.
Gilbert, earlier morning you said mind looking on mind, or mind on mind, or mind watching mind. Can I clarify the mind using the method to watch the mind? Is it the physical mind watching the one mind? So is that the illusory mind watching the true mind?
Yes, so the thing with that is, and I'm glad to clarify this to you, because some people are hearing this for the first time, so it's not easy to understand this. There is only but one mind. We call that ekayana. So the one mind is ekayana. Because some of you are taking notes, so there went the apple. Ekayana, from way, way back in the beginning of the sutras, in the Mahayana Sutras, there was one mind. There are not two minds. There actually isn't two realities. We call it two realities so we can separate out and understand distinguishing phenomena from its intrinsic nature. So this is the name of the Dharmata Vibhaga Sutras, distinguishing phenomena from its intrinsic nature. So when we distinguish it, it means that we are aware that this is phenomenal. We are aware that our discriminating thoughts are phenomenal. Mind, nevertheless, has thoughts. It's okay. It has hundreds of thoughts, thousands of thoughts a day. But if we cling to those thoughts, then we create the appearance of a personality, ego, or life in being. But it isn't in this way. It is just simply mind. When the phenomena gets in the way, it still nevertheless is a projection. The phenomena is a projection. Mind is not. Mind is that which the phenomena is projected upon. But this mind has no direction. When we talk about the two halves, it's not really in this way. I just use it to try to separate out the two truths of the phenomenal and the other things that are appearing on the mind. The mind's gnosis is everything. It's omniscience. And so wherever there is something, there's mind. There can't be something outside of mind. So, and that's what Nagarjuna looked at and said, look, we can't negate this. We can't say it's real because it's constantly changing. It belongs to mind. But how do we interpret that? How do we discuss this? How do we see that? And so he came up with this two truths to say that, so we understand apparent reality fits into actual reality. When we sit, we just sit with understanding this mind. When I say mind looking at mind, there's no direction to it. There's not front and back, up or down or anything, but because one cannot demonstrate the inconceivable, we have to use it by analogies and pictures. But it's not like a true diagram of what's happening. It's just to help you understand when you're sitting to meditate that the mind is still. The mind is resting, like in Rigpa. It's just sitting, resting, and it is aware of the method. And it only holds on to the method. Even though the method itself is phenomenal, it's just a place mark in mind. It just holds the place so that if other things come in, you can compare the method to whatever's coming into mind and be able to distinguish the phenomena from its intrinsic nature. So the intrinsic nature is the mind is holding on to this method. And everything around it, it sees it. But as phenomena arises in it, the mind doesn't take that as its true nature. It takes it as impermanent phenomena arising within it due to its own function. So it doesn't separate it out. It doesn't say this is good, this is bad. One of the simplest sutras that was there that the Buddha said, because of this, that. Because of this, that. It's just, and you go, that's good enough for me. Or not me. So the thing is that when you see it, then you understand it's just mind. Mind looking at mind, there's no direction there. It is just mind that's resting. Mind at rest, holding the method. If you don't have the method, you're using silent illumination, then it's just mind sitting in this phenomenal environment. It knows it's here. It knows it's in this room. But it also knows that it's sitting in a bubble. It's an illusion. It knows that that bubble is part of the ocean. It just is a fabricated dream that's temporary because sooner or later that bubble's going to pop. Sorry to tell you guys. But it's going to pop. Then everything returns to mind. Mind does not increase or decrease. It doesn't. If you have a child, do you have children? Oh, you have one. You don't have any child. Okay, so you have one. If you have one and she has one, would mine increase by 2? No. And when somebody that's old passes away, does it decrease by 1? No. Because it's all phenomenal. It is a projection. It's a projection made from the very fabric of mind. All of you, all of your essence that you are, is made from the fabric of mind. The same thing. Doesn't matter from where you got your clothes or where you got your skin. White skin, dark skin, everything in the middle. It doesn't matter. It's all mind in accordance with causes and conditions. So we see this, and this is what we understand so that we're able to understand what's happening. It's very important. All of a sudden, one day, you literally wake up and go, wow, this is a dream. And it can be a good dream or it could be a bad dream. But it's still a dream. And you then understand your function in this dream. You're going, if somebody's there and they're having a bad dream, what do? You wake them up. So that's what you realize what your function is here is to wake up people. You can, and if I'm wrong, the best thing will happen is you'll still get a place in heaven, okay? And Buddhists have a heaven too. Okay, it's not finite, but you could still go there. Not bad. So it isn't something that I'm teaching people that's going to be negative, or people who are wobblers and they don't know whether they're there or not. I used to be a Roman Catholic, born into a Roman Catholic family, and then I became a Roman Catholic, and now I'm Buddhist. The only thing I feel now is I just feel guilty about it. That's what I've got left of Catholics. That's a joke. Catholics are real big on guilt. So I have that left. But in any case, whatever we do here, we have the plan. We understand mind. That's so essential to understand mind. So it doesn't matter if you're beginners or advanced here, you have the ability to understand it. You don't have to understand 100% or you would be completely awakened. It is just, I'm showing you the direction, this lodestone that points in the right direction. And you just follow that, okay? All right, we're going to take our break and we'll be back. I got to feel my foot first.
Join palms, bow to the Buddha, bow to the teacher.
Yeah, because otherwise it's just I've given you a lot already, and I wanted to give you a feeling for maintaining a mind of awareness. This is something that the Patriarch Doshin was very much a proponent of, and in his teachings he talked about how we must maintain this mind of awareness. Awareness and contemplation are kind of in the same ballpark. The contemplation is letting the mind be still. Contemplation is not thinking about something. It is a direct experience of it. Awareness is an expansiveness. And this expansiveness is really wonderful if you get it right. You can be walking and you realize, my gosh, what I missed. I can't believe what's there. We're going to go to the park and walk around the park, and then we'll stop somewhere and I'll let you walk around. But maintain this mind of awareness. The awareness comes through all of the senses. And if you don't stop to discriminate about something, this is what they call a mind in a state of equanimity or equipoise, which is the highest level that you can have in a mind of this mind of equipoise, especially in the Theravada, they say this is the highest level. But the state of equanimity is one, such as Hui Ning was saying, without thinking of something good or bad. What mind is that? It is this mind that's a non-judgmental mind. It doesn't say, oh, the birds are chirping, it seems so beautiful. It is aware that the birds are chirping. It can even be aware of how it's chirping and why it's chirping, but it is not something that we're judging this is good or bad. If you see a dog poop, you don't have to have any kind of a discrimination about it. You just see it as it is. That happens. The sky is the sky. The trees are the trees. But when you see the trees, can you see each individual leaf rustling? Can you hear the rustling? Can you hear the dog barking? You know, the air conditioner on. Well, all of these things you're aware. Are you aware of the light? Are you aware of the sensation of the sun on your skin or the change when you go into the shade? Are you aware of the ground that you're walking on? So when we do this in a way that we don't attach to anything. You notice everything, okay? It will take some doing, but when you do it, you'll be very surprised what you miss. You will see things from miles away. You will see things very close. No matter what, you'll be intimate with all of those without picking and choosing. If you begin to pick and choose, you lose it. Oh, look at the wonderful little squirrel. He's twitching in the tree. No, don't do that. Leave the squirrel alone. You see him, you can see him twitching and doing everything, and you can see the people playing tennis. You can see the far away, the hills, and you can see the little lakes or whatever's there. It's okay. Don't judge it, okay? Whatever you do, don't judge it. Just observe it. And when you're observing it, you'll find that you observe so much more than you ever have. It's like when you're going somewhere and you're walking, and you're just walking, and you're thinking about the stuff. You miss everything around you. You aren't familiar with anything. So even as I'm talking to you, I'm aware of each and every one of you. I'm aware when you move, you touch your body or whatever you do, whether you're looking at me, you're meditating, all of those things are there. Yet they don't interfere with what I'm saying. It is just a state of awareness. And you miss less when you do that. And so you can really expand this awareness, but it's also the practice of having no mind. In the no mind doesn't mean that you're not thinking. It just means that the mind is very stable. It doesn't need to produce thoughts. So the ancients said, we have to sever this mind, to cut off the mind that seeks continuation. When you sit and you're meditating and you're wah, 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 that's the mind that seeks continuation. When you sever that, the mind is there. No internal discussion. You don't need to. We're just walking in the park. You don't have to judge anything. Nobody appointed you the judge of the park. Well, they need to clean up that trash right there. And that person's talking too loud over there. And whatever, you're not the judge. But we walk around the world thinking we're the judge of the environment. When I was young in my 20s, I was insufferable like that. You know, too hot, too cold, too loud. Shut that baby up. You know, all these different things. When I got in my 30s, I go, oh, the babies, they sound so beautiful. You know, and then I got to the point, oh my gosh, they're crying again. And I'm on a plane. You know, now I'm at grandpa age, but not being a grandpa, I'm going like, I want to hear the little kids crying. So everything is changing, but the thing is, we don't judge, okay? Don't judge. Just walk, observe, observe. Your function is simply to observe, and don't be walking and going, wow, now I can see all of the blades of grass. Oh, I can see the leaves. Shut up. Nobody told you to talk, okay? Seriously, the less of you that is walking, the more you're going to see. So this practice is one of your observational skills. You can see things, but you can also, sometimes you're talking to somebody, you're talking to this person here, and you're aware of that, but you're also aware that the lady behind you is reaching for something, the person over here leans over. All of those things you can be aware of, even though you're not looking at them. See, I saw you do that. So the thing is that you're aware. And your awareness can expand. So what I'm telling you to do is expand your awareness. When you sit to meditate, then you expand that awareness. Master Suzuki, a very older contemporary Chan master, said, give your mind a broad pasture to roam in. What he meant was, don't confine the mind. Don't make it think that it's in between your ears. Let it fill the environment, or let the environment fill it. And so you can experience everything. This is a very valuable tool in your life, because you're going to be able to see things. When you're talking to people, some people are talking and they're not like other people going, and you know they're not listening to you, but you're not listening to them. You're not listening to their body language. When you see it, you can see the people, they have no control over themselves. I once was in court, and I have a lot of court stories that happen like that, but there was once this one very tall Western gentleman, and he was very Asherlo, and he was pointing his finger at me. And one thing that I think is very impolite is people that they point when they're trying to make a point like that, I'm going to tell you right now that what you're doing is wrong. It feels awful, right? So the guy's pointing at me, and he's talking to me. He's taller than me. And then I was next to him, and then I slid over to the side of him. So he's like facing that way. I went, wait a minute, calm down. Do you see your vein on your neck? It's bulging out. You're too excited. You're going to have a heart attack. I'm really concerned about it. What's he going to say, right? I'm going, wow, have you taken your blood pressure lately? You're too excited. Calm down. And after a while, the finger goes, boo, like that. And he was calm. Shifu said, we should not be, our mind should not be determined by our environment. We should determine the environment by our mind. So we set the environment. We set the tone. We can be angry. If we're angry, we set that awful tone. If we're calm, then we set a different tone. Everything is in this way. Okay? Any questions about the exercise? No? All right, we're going to go out. Enjoy it, but don't have too much enjoyment. That's what Shifu told me. It's okay, you guys can just go out now. And then we'll meet in this courtyard over there, just kind of form a line or two lines, okay? Go, 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 go. Amitofo. By the way, this is the best microphone stand I've ever used. It's like perfect. So it glides and it can adjust. Sometimes they're there and you're trying to reach for it. So very good. Good equipment here. I'd have to come more often. If they invite me, I will come. Somewhere in the field of dreams, right? Okay. First of all, how many of you like that exercise? Raise your hand. Okay. It's a good one, right? And it's useful. You can, wherever you go, whatever you're doing later on, we're going to be having pizza. Not that I'm clinging to the pizza, but I did miss lunch. But when you're talking to people, and I do encourage you to socialize and to talk to people and get to know each other, to develop a sangha. This is very important. Once we begin to develop a sangha, people, they take care of each other and they develop each other, and that's good. But when you're there, just use your now expanded awareness to be aware of everything around you, you know, and you don't go to the person and say, you've already had 3 pieces of pizza, no more. You may be aware of it, but you have an awareness there that helps you. Once I was in court, and one of my lawyer friends was curious about Chan. And I said, after we get out of court today, let's go have a cup of coffee. So we went across the street to have a cup of coffee, and there was some tables out there in front of the coffee shop. And so we found a table and sat down. And then he said, well, what about this Chan? And I said, first tell me, how many zips of coffee did you take before you finished your cup? And he went, what? So he didn't know he had finished his coffee. And I said, 5. And he's looking at me like, what the heck? But it is the awareness. Now, I wasn't trying to show off. I was trying to show him awareness and to come at it from a different viewpoint, to show that we can be aware of so many things. We always see in these kung fu movies, you know, they're catching arrows or whatever. And actually things like that, they're actually possible because the people have that kind of awareness. They may not have the wisdom yet, but at least they have the awareness. One treatise was talking about that and saying that an assassin is very aware of everything around them, so they can do that. But unfortunately, the assassin doesn't have the wisdom to know not to kill people. But they have developed this. So this awareness is something that has to cultivate wisdom. And with the cultivation of wisdom and the perfection of wisdom, great compassion comes. And you heard this as a refrain throughout these 2 days, that perfection of wisdom, great compassion. That happens to be my theme for this year that I'm presenting at all retreats and lectures. And it's beginning to really gel, and people who have been hearing it from me now are really progressing greatly because of that. And it is so incredibly powerful to perfect wisdom. Perfect wisdom means that we hear something that's wise, and then we follow it, we understand it, we practice it. And that's where the perfection of wisdom comes, until such time as in the Heart Sutra it says there is no wisdom nor any attainment. Because the wisdom, the final wisdom, anybody know what the final wisdom is? I asked this to you guys yesterday, I think. The highest wisdom, the Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi. So Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, again, that term Anuttara means the highest, and it also points north, the direction north. But when we talk about direction north, it's actually like pointing up to say it's the highest, like the North Star. And so this is the highest wisdom. And it comes from understanding that everything's empty. It comes from saying there's no suffering, no cause of suffering, no cessation of suffering, and no path. So the Four Noble Truths are altered here. They're no longer there's suffering, the cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, and there is a path. Because that is the ABCs, what you learn, your first thing that you learn, and that was what the Theravadins were presenting as their ABCs, and also us. But the Mahayanas then twisted that a little bit, turned it a little bit, so that it sees that from the result of a perfection of wisdom, it is realized there is no suffering because there's no one to suffer, or no cause of suffering because it's phenomenal. No cessation of suffering because it never began, because it's an illusion. And no path because you have, is it up there, ekayana. You have mind already. There's nothing to attain. The mind that you're using is in this way. That's why the Heart Sutra is such a powerful statement. And it's a statement that is actually a manifesto. I don't know what the word is in Chinese for manifesto, but it means it's a statement, like a doctrinal statement, and says, this is what we do. Like a manifest, I pledge allegiance to the flags. Okay, that's a statement. It's saying that you're pledging allegiance to the United States. So this one, it's saying everything is empty. And as a result of that, one practices this wisdom, this profound prajnaparamita wisdom. And so when we see Mahaprajnaparamita, it's the highest. Prajna means wisdom, and paramita is various practices, and it's the perfection of those practices that we practice. Wisdom's there, generosity's there, concentration's there. We're practicing how to do this. They're all represented in the paramitas, and we use these in our way, and they essentially will cause the delusions in the mind to go away, so it gives the appearance from this side as that there is a transcendence, that there is a transformation or a change, but we know from the beginning it's always been that way. We just woke up from the dream. Dorothy's sitting there, and you wake her up, and there's all the people there. You were the scarecrow, you were this, and you were that. But it was a dream. And that was, she has this reality. But it was all, her land was all made up. We understand that, but we don't leave Oz. We're still in Oz. It's as if she woke up and she still realizes that here is a place of practice. We don't have to fear staying here. Pure Land practitioners, a lot of them, they want to leave here to practice in Pure Land. It's all right. That's fine. But Mahayanists that subscribe to the Bodhisattva path want to stay here to help others in whatever way. A Bodhisattva can help out in mundane ways. Do you need a ride? Okay. Do you need to change your tire? It's okay. You need some? Okay, fine. But also help in the spiritual way of supporting and advancing the maturation of the other people's practices, or an introduction to them in terms of the practice. And that's important. So we understand that this is the perfection of wisdom. We don't have to worry about leaving here. When you're sitting on the cushion and you're trying, I want to be enlightened, I want to be enlightened, it's not going to come that way. We don't get it in that way. There's no Huatou answer that you go, I got it. Emptiness is, and then the sound of one hand clapping is the master hits you on the side of the head. Huh? Because there is no attainment. There's nothing to get. There's no other side. That's why they talk about that this is a gateless gate. Huh? A gateless gate. It's like you go in one door and you come back out here. There's no place where you can go to leave. Where are you going to go? Once Shifu was describing the practice, and he said, it's just like if you had a plate and there's all this dust on it, and you just keep practicing and practicing and practicing, and then you go, and you blow off all of the dust. The plate is so shiny, you see, so shiny. And they go, and he says, do you like that example? That's a good example. Goes, yes, Shifu, it's a very good example, very good example. And I went, and he looks at me. It's very funny. He looks at me like some kind of a bird of prey, looking at me, or a crow, like looking at me, but sideways like that. And I went, Shifu, I was just wondering, where did the dust go? And he just looks at me. Where did the dust go? Where did the dust go? What, are you stupid? Why do you ruin my perfect example? I have a perfect example, and you want to know where the dust went. And the people were going, yeah, you're stupid. Where did the dust go? But it was that night then he invited me to his quarters to talk to him about where the dust went. Because where would it go? There's nothing outside. There's no out of bounds of mind. That phenomena is there. That's why Nagarjuna said there's a truth. The apparent reality, where the dust is at, and the absolute reality when you blow everything off the plate and there's nothing there. But there's two truths there. So he was using one, I was using the other one. We were both right. But it is the middle way to do that. You have to kind of play with that to begin to understand how mind works. I have a group online called the Mindwork Forum, and it's about how mind works. Pretty clear, right? What it's about. So you're all welcome to join that. and I'll give you the link for that. And on Monday nights, I do a Zoom class. So if you're interested in learning more about Dharma, I guarantee you in a year, you'll be very well adept at the Dharma, because with that amount of lessons, you really know what Buddha Dharma is about, and Chan, and from the basics to the very high level. And so as you practice, there's no level of it. There's beginners and there's senior students, but everybody's a beginner in the class, including myself. And I present the Dharma, and you will find some classes in particular will ring to your heart. And it gives me good joy to see when I have touched people. The last time I was here, I only know her as Chair Bear. She wrote a very beautiful and useful review of what she had experienced in the last time I was here, and it was very comprehensive. And by the way, I've spread it to many places since then because it's useful. And when people do that and they do it out of their heart, it spreads all over because people can feel what you said. So I'm very happy that you got that. And sometimes we talk about, there's a story of a master that was dying, and he was asking all of the students what they understood, and each one would say something. He'd say, "Oh, you got my skin, you got my muscles, you got my bones," and finally to the last one, he said, "You got my marrow." And when I hear what you wrote and the purpose of you writing and the practice is what's important, because it took a long time for her to write it in Chinese and English. That's very unselfish of her. And when you do that, you got my marrow, because you understand it, you got it. It wasn't just that you understood it. The most important part is sharing it. That's what's important, is sharing the Dharma with others. If you do it just for yourself, you're what they call a Pratika Buddha. And being a Pratika Buddha is something that, let me see. Uh-oh. Oh, well. My trick is don't touch it. Ah, there it is. Okay. Pratika Buddha. A Pratika Buddha is a Buddha that has achieved a realization of mind, but has not achieved a realization of great compassion. So they get it on their own, so they practice, and sometimes you can get a realization, but you don't get the real realization unless you study the Buddha Dharma and develop this perfected wisdom, which leads to the great compassion. When somebody does something like that, they're displaying great compassion. The volunteers here are displaying great compassion. The monastics here are doing the same, great compassion. And so we follow them. We follow and we rejoice in their merits. And we follow the Buddhas and study. They're all Buddhists, you're all Buddhists, so you should study. Okay. And there is might be spelled a little bit wrong, Shravaka. You'll hear that in in the sutras as well. They'll talk about Shravakas, Pratika Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas or Buddhas. They'll generally say Pratika Buddhas and then Bodhisattvas. Sometimes they'll say Buddhas. But it's the various levels of people when they practice. One of them is a sound hearer, Shravakans. So right now, you are like Shravakans, you're listening. If you study seriously, is something happening? You want to write it? Oh. I don't have a mirror, so I should use my awareness, right? But in any case, you can go beyond a sound hearer. You can practice. So a Pratika Buddha, somebody practices by themselves and goes, wow, what's this? But they don't know. They only know that they've achieved mind, but nothing more. A bodhisattva is one that makes a vow, a very powerful vow. And let me tell you, vows are very powerful. We say, yeah, a bunch of hooey. No, it isn't. Vows are extremely powerful. The more faith you have in a vow, the more you will be directed by those vows. Because it transcends the idea of this world. It's governed by mind, not by phenomena. Phenomena has very little power. Mind has great power. That's why like Han Shan says, you have to derive power from your intrinsic power. Even as you sit here right now, you have an intrinsic power because you already have the Buddha mind. You just don't know how to use it. They could make a great movie at it, make a super Buddha that has to learn how to fly. Oh no, that's Superman. Okay, so, but it's that way. You have this, but you have to learn how to harness it. And that's important when we learn how to harness this wisdom and to project it as great compassion onto the world. We project it. If there was not any flaws in the world, there would be no reason for practice. But because there is flaws in the world, there exists the practice. And because the practice is such that takes away those flaws. Our practice is what I'm kind of going a little bit deep with you right now, that you have to learn how to direct your vows. Remember, I was talking about how to direct the mind. You have to learn how to direct the vows in a way that you fulfill those vows. They have the part in the liturgy, may the vows of the donors be fulfilled. That's saying, may everyone who makes a vow, may those vows be fulfilled, because that will create a Pure Land. So we find the way to do that. We find the way when, for instance, for myself, when I'm doing recitation, at nighttime I do a lot of recitation, and I'm transferring merit. And when I transfer the merit to people, I start by petitioning, let's say, Kuan Yin. Namo Guan Shin Pusa, Namo Guan Shin Pusa, with the idea that I want to help people. Namo Guan Shin Pusa, Namo Guan Shin Pusa. And then about a third of the way in, I change it a little bit to the Heart Sutra. There is no suffering, no cause of suffering, but there's still the people that are deluded. So this is what we call the metaphysical understanding. And then I no longer am chanting, but I'm listening to the chants of everyone wherever situated. And it doesn't matter, they could be chanting oh, Namaguan Chimpusa, please help me, please help my sick son. Or Namaguan Chimpusa, let my father live, or whatever it is. No, oh, Namaguan Chim, let me win the lotto. No, that one I kind of sweep over to the side. You know, there was a story of a man that was praying all the time to Jesus. So this is a Christian story. Please, Jesus, please, Jesus. Every night he'd be by his bed. Let me win the lotto. Let me win the lotto. Every night before he went to bed, he would get on his knees and pray right there up on the side of his bed. Please, let me win the lotto. Let me win the lotto. One day a big bright light appeared. So bright. And he's like, wow, it's so bright. And then Jesus appeared right there in his bedroom. Imagine. And he's like stunned. He's like, oh my gosh, this light is so bright. It's Jesus. Jesus. Did I win the lotto? Can you imagine that would be the first thing you say to Jesus? And Jesus says, listen, I hear you every night. You get on your knees and pray, please, Jesus, let me win the lotto. Let me win the lotto. I hear you. Did I win the lotto? He says, hey, you have to meet me halfway. Buy a ticket. Buy a lottery ticket. He was praying to... have to explain the joke. He's praying for the Jesus to have him win the lotto, but he never went out and did anything. He didn't buy a lotto ticket. So how's he going to win? This story is one to say that God helps those who help themselves. And so there's still wisdom in the story. Tough crowd. I generally get some good laughs on that one. But okay, back to what I was doing, back to more serious things, is that you use the recitation in a way that now it's not being projected. It is that which is being projected upon mind itself. So it's reversed. So there's not the petition from my side, but it is mind accepting all of these petitions. It doesn't matter if it's to Guanxin Pusa, to Jesus, to Allah, whoever. If there is people with faith that they want something to happen, then my practice is one to try to radiate sufficient merit to help them, to try to do it in this way. So instead of using the power of the ego and the self, I really try. I mean, it's something new to me, so it's something that I'm using, and it does appear to be working pretty good, except for the guy with the lotto. But other than that, it seems to be working. And at least I can feel that I can explain better what wisdom is, and more importantly, what great compassion is. Because when you are doing that, you're aware of all the suffering from all realms. And not only from the realms of this world, but wherever there are sentient beings. And you are radiating a great compassion. This great compassion belongs to mind. And so it isn't you play acting. The trick there is you have to kind of turn that corner or turn the mind's eye to be able to do that. It's not easy, and I'm not saying I'm Guanyin or anything like that, or channeling Guanyin. I'm just practicing in a way to find the way to enhance this compassion, that it can spread further. So I do my best to try to do that in a very sincere way every night. But you can use compassion wherever you are, even if it's the smallest thing. Do you have a pen? No, I don't have a pen. You know, and you didn't want to go into your pocket to get a pen or whatever it is. Whatever is needed, if you can help people, help them. It's not going to hurt you. People are so so much time oriented, money oriented. And when I was growing up, when I becoming an attorney, I was in law school, and there was this one attorney that was very well established, and he came to because we set up a clinic. It's still there, a law clinic for the poor. So I'm very happy about that we set up a law clinic in my class. And so this attorney comes, and at that time, the average rate of attorneys per hour was like $50. And this guy comes in to help us, and he's very impatient, very arrogant, and he says, yeah, I'll help you, but you know, my hourly rate is $350 an hour. So right now, that would probably be the equivalent of, you know, $3,500 an hour. A crazy amount of money. And we're just like, wow. And I just thought to myself, I feel sorry for this guy. I would be so afraid of going to the bathroom. It would cost him about $150 to go to the bathroom. He's thinking about how much it's going to cost. Can you imagine with him, with his kids? Okay, I'll give you $50 worth of time, you know. We can't measure things like that. I learned that very early on. We can't do that, because that's our selfish notion about our time. The thing is, well, here I come up here, if I filed a wage claim, I probably could win quite a bit, because I'm way beyond minimum wage here. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We do whatever we can to help people. I try, and people tell me, Gilbert, slow down, slow down. Don't work so much, you know, because now I'm working the same amount of time as I was when I was an attorney, but I just added the extra time when I'm not working as an attorney to study the Dharma or to spread the Dharma. But truly, I tell people that when I die, I don't want people to come up to me in a casket and look at me and go, look how peaceful he is. He looks like he's resting. I want to use this body up all the way, the whole thing, just totally there, where they look at the body and go, wow, he looks all torn up. It's okay. I'd rather do that rather than being sleepy slumberland. I want to use every breath to advance the Dharma. Of course, I can't do that. But it is the goal not to waste time. And this is something, you don't have to be me, but you can be a mini-me. You can be one that changes your environment. That's very important. Okay, Bella, you had a question.
Yes.
I have to wake her up.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I've forgotten. I think she will remember the question. She remembers the question now.
She remembers it?
Yeah. The first question. Yeah.
The second questions. This is from Bella's. Earlier today, you talked about there's a shortcut to the enlightenment. What exactly is the shortcut? we have our mind. Mind can imagine the wood bowl, putting the buffalo into the wood bowl. Our mind creating everything. Are we imagining that we are at enlightenment?
Yeah, the shortcut is that to know that everything is created by the mind. Because that, you could say, is when we say everything is created by the mind, then it's like this diagram here with these, mind is unlimited, it's infinite. So that's our starting point. And it's a good starting point because once we establish that, everything is established by that principle that the mind is infinite and everything is created by it. From that, we understand the two truths doctrine, that phenomena is within here. I'm doing it okay, right? Phenomena is inside of mind. Because it's inside of mind, it belongs to mind, but it's phenomenal. It is constantly changing. Oh, sorry, because this is the first time I've used this, so anyway, this would disappear. Oh, here's the eraser, I think. There we go. All right. So this goes away, replaced by something else then. So, anyway, it's replaced. But what I wanted to show you is this diagram here, because in that diagram, everything fits in there, perfectly fits. We understand the two truths doctrine. We understand emptiness from that because everything is contained in mind. So how can there be anything that isn't empty? And there's different versions of what emptiness is. One thing about Buddhists is they love making lists. The three jewels, the Four Noble Truths, the 5 precepts, the 6 paramitas, or the 10 paramitas, the 37 factors of enlightenment. There's no end to the list they make. My God, sometimes I'm thinking, well, we've got to come up with 10. Come on, think of another one. Okay, that's a good one. Okay, we'll put it in there as the 10th one. They're just lists. They're guidelines. But the difference is that when we understand this is how mind works, we understand that what we're doing is we're not clinging to the phenomenal. What we want to do is to radiate the mind. We radiate the mind by the demonstration within samsara of this perfected wisdom leading to great compassion. So there's this radiation there. This is what we do. Even though we're within samsara, the mind nevertheless does not lose its powers, its numinous powers. It has that ability to be able to be anywhere. There's no locale to it. Even if it's using an appearance body, mind is still there. If the Shakyamuni Buddha comes here with his appearance body, it is not necessarily this body that's transported to another world or to seat to heaven. It is mind that's doing that. And so we begin to see things from a different viewpoint, from the capacity of mind and not a sentient being. If we limit ourselves to the capacity of a sentient being, then we go, look, he can't even fly. you know? So it won't work. But mind can put a mountain into a wooden bowl. So it is this way that we use it, and we understand this is the secret, because it disables that viral program that says everything has to run through the self. When it runs through the self, then the self is practicing. So if it's a self-practicing, we have to practice and practice and practice until that self is so whittled down that it comes to the fact that everything's created by the mind. But if one understands that from the beginning, everything naturally falls into place. So that's why it's said there's 2 levels to the practice. And so the one level is practicing and as an individual, and the other one is just practicing with right view. And in right view, we don't put the practice into the ego. We take the ego out of the practice. Oh, that's a good one. Write that down. It is in this way. God, I have to remember that one. But that's the answer to your question. Any other questions? Okay, we're going to have questions now, because I want to make sure I get your questions. He went first, you're second.
So I'm kind of confused on how this picture differs from the Yogacara school. So you said Yogacara was mind only or consciousness only, and then now you're saying everything is created by mind. So what is the difference?
Nothing. Sometimes I just read a book on the Yogacara and Madhyamika school, and how they are, because there's scholars that can argue about all of those things and how many angels balance on a point of a pin, and they don't know jack about what they're talking about, because they don't have any kind, sorry, the word jack, they don't know nothing. Well, they don't even, they don't know nothing. So the thing is that if somebody knows nothing, knows emptiness, they'll see that there's no difference between the schools. Scholarly and doctrinally, differences can be made with anything. And but it isn't in that way. Yogacara looks at things in a way that it practices this kind of consciousness only. The middle way looks at it and says all of it is mind. And there's, I could sit here and explain to you that obviously it's much far beyond this class, but they have different ways of approaching it. Abhidharma has the same thing, and the Abhidharma is an incredible piece of work. It is essentially a blueprint of mind. So is Yogacara. They're blueprints, they're schematics of mind, how mind works. And so that's why the beauty of Chan was taking the sutras that amalgamated Yogacara and Madhyamika and seeing that in the sutras and created a doctrine based on that everything is worth something, rather than distinguishes the differences between them. It is more that they have in common ground. Beyond that, any other comments would be too far for this group today. Okay, she had a question.
Thank you, Teacher Gilbert. Can I ask a question about at the actual seating, during the seating, like I had an issue? Can I ask a question about that?
About what?
About things happening during the actual seating meditation?
Sure, of course.
Okay, so we know that like when we are sitting, we want to use the mind to watch the mind. right? So then I start, like in my head, then like I started to develop all these instructions, like relax, feel the body, and don't focus on thinking, let go of thoughts, like all these kinds of instructions. And I know they are like produced by the illusory self, but then because they are instructions on trying to get to the mind, watch mind, it's hard to let go than just normal wandering thoughts. So I do think this is like a question I had. Thank you.
Your question is an excellent question, because it is in this way that when we practice, we do have to remember we're like want to launch a space shuttle, so we have to go through a systems check. And so we have to go, okay, awareness is on. Method is here. Contemplation's here. Concentration's here. We have all this stuff, so you're checking them off. Continuous, remember, you're going to meditate, make it continuous. So you have all of these things. That is your platform, the launching pad, okay? So you bring all of that stuff there to the launching pad. And if you're there and you're going like, where am I going? I'm at work. Bring in awareness. Oh, awareness is back. And then after a while, it becomes second nature. You won't need it as much. Little by little, that falls off, like a booster rocket that gets you into space. And then it'll fall off on its own. So it's okay. But it's all right to think about that. That's poison fighting poison, okay? Is how they explain it. So there's no problem with that, because I'd rather have you do that and understand that these are the prerequisites to any method that you use, that these things have to be present. This awareness of the mind. No, the method has to be there. The contemplation of the method, the present moment. You have to be in the present moment. If you're not in the present moment, then your mind will stray to something in the future or something that happened in the past. So you have to hone in on that. And it's the present moment goes like this to a pinpoint, and then afterwards, it's like once you get into space, it just expands to include everything. So you understand in this way. You let go of the idea of the time and the space. So to me, when I'm doing recitation, I do recitation also for people who have already died, people who have suffered in the past, 100 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years in the future. It can't hurt, because there's in mind, there is the past, present, and the future. So I have a responsibility, because there's people in the past that have been helped by my transfer of merit to them to fulfill that in the present. But they benefited from it already, but I've got to pay it to them. Does that sound strange? But it's this way. I tell you that because it's very unusual, but it's this way. You can do that. I was actually talking to my dear Dharma brother Goxing Fashe, and I was explaining it to him, and he was laughing. He was saying, "Yes, I totally understand what you're saying." So, at least in his eyes, I'm not crazy. But it is because there's no time or space. So, I am giving this here because I know that it will benefit them. And I've already dedicated that to them. They received the merit. Maybe they died, maybe they drowned, but maybe there was something that I helped them a little bit with. Even they have adversity. Maybe somebody advanced because of that. It doesn't matter. It's the way that we do it. We don't cling to time and space. And so when we do it in this way, we know that there will be people coming in. They need a boost. It's the same as trying to advance people, giving scholarships to the people. The rich people don't know who's going to get the scholarship in the future, but they're paying it forward, right? So it's not so unusual. Or posting a memorial for somebody that died. This is just much stronger, much more powerful. Okay. Next question.
You mentioned, I was taking notes, radiate the mind by demonstrate in samsara. Did you say of great wisdom? And if so, can you give some examples of demonstrate in samsara?
Demonstrate the...
Yeah, because you're talking about
Yes, what
the
I'm
shortcut.
talking about is that what we do is we don't play to be a bodhisattva or try to adhere to the precepts, okay, or the paramitas. That's coming from the bottom, from samsara up. What we do is using the shortcut, everything's created by the mind. Our actions are coordinated naturally with mind, and we demonstrate that here. So we're demonstrating this wisdom. And of course, it's not perfect. We're going to mess up. That's natural. But what we're doing is we're demonstrating this wisdom. That is the perfection of the wisdom. It is not that we're wishing that this ego become enlightened or that this ego can save somebody. That ego can only save the people in the immediate vicinity. But when one demonstrates this great compassion, there's no limitation to it. And so wherever one goes, whatever one thinks, whatever one does, it can expand out from there. So whatever I did when she came to that retreat, she is an extension of that. She is the demonstration of that other people have read now and understood what I was presenting, and they have benefited from it. So it's an unlimited one because of that ability to be able to, from the heart, transmit to something. Even if I got one person that understood that and did that, that's amazing, because it multiplies and multiplies in ways that cannot be done simply by one person and just communicating. You need to be nice and be good and eat your vegetables.
Gilbert, you said one mind, two realities. How do the two realities relate to emptiness? And is this radiating the mind by demonstrating in samsara, demonstrating emptiness?
I didn't quite catch the first part of what you said.
You mentioned that one mind, ekayana, there are two realities, the intrinsic nature and the phenomena. And that, so then you mentioned emptiness. So how do the two realities connect with emptiness?
The two realities? Is that what you're saying, realities?
Yeah, the intrinsic nature and the phenomena.
It's very simple, because in the picture that we have, the phenomena is contained within the noumenon, which is the mind ground, the Dharmakaya. So it's contained in there. It's not separate from it, but on the other hand, we understand that apparent reality is simply a projection on mind. It is not real, but it has a reality as it appears in mind. But as phenomena changes, mind never changes. Mind is the mind ground for where everything comes from. So, somebody who's a rock hound would understand. Anybody collect rocks here? You do? You would see a crystal. So you see a crystal there, right? But the crystal is grown on a matrix. They call it a matrix. So it could be whatever it is, but it's rooted to the matrix. And from there, it grows, on various types of ways that it'll grow. But the point is that it is the matrix, the ground, that gives rise to the crystal. The crystal doesn't just magically appear. This is very important. It appears because of pratika samappada, causes and conditions never fail. That's why it will happen. But the crystal, as we're looking at it, it owes itself to the matrix, which is the mind ground. And so we don't confuse that and say, that was magically produced. They always talking about, building a castle in the sky and say that could not be produced, or a magically produced puppet could not know anything, because how would it know? It doesn't have it. It's just phenomenal. So it can't see these things. So we know that those things are not real. And someday when I have the chance, I'll explain the Yogacara and the 8 consciousness and see how that operates. It's too much for this class now. Okay, any other questions? This is your chance. One up front here. Forgot I had my legs crossed. Go ahead.
Could we look at the mind as some sort of substratum of awareness that is not conditioned by the ego? Like,
what was the very first part we said?
Like
put the microphone.
Some substratum, something that's like permanent, immutable, and it's not conditioned by the ego. An awareness that, like for me, mind somehow means thoughts and anything that's up here.
It's not up there. It's there's no locale to mind. And if you try to personify it, then that's where you get into trouble. And then the ego's so glad to accept that. It's going, come on in. I'm glad that you came to reason. You understand that I'm real. But it isn't in that way. It is what grows the ego is the mind. Mind does not differentiate or discriminate. It functions precisely in accordance with causes and conditions. That's why we call it pratika samappada, because it is just how things happen. And we understand that. And that was the very first thing that the Buddha taught, was the 12 nidanas, starting with ignorance and ending in death. And so this is how things appear. So we have to be able to discern in mind that appearances are apparent reality, or appearances are, in the Yogacara school, consciousness only. But they have no fundamental basis. They appear because they are derived from this matrix of the mind, and the matrix of the mind is that cause and conditions never fail, and so they're born of the fabric of mind. But being born, they will die. A thought is born, a thought dies. Another thought is born, another thought dies. A person is born, they die. Mind never dies. Mind is immutable, it doesn't change. It is what everything is made of. And so when we see that, it becomes clear. We separate out that aspect of what we perceive to be our own being, and see that part is useful. We can use it, but we don't cling to it. And so when we don't cling to something, it's better. Once we start clinging, if it's gone, we'll miss it. or if it's going to be gone, we'll miss it. There's so many different things that can happen, and we're attaching to this, attaching to that. No. Has anybody ever eaten a piece of pie and missed it after that last bite? Right? Worse than that, because one of the most latent defect or defilements is anybody ever miss a kiss or a hug? Oh, that can cause great joy, and it can also cause you great suffering. So I say these things because each of you have experienced that, and you can feel it. And you know there's joy and there's sorrow there. You've each felt that. Sometimes it's a bitter kiss at the same time. When we play this game of life, we lose. We let go of it, we live. We can really live. You can enjoy a kiss, you can enjoy a strawberry, you know, whatever's there. You understand adversity, you know the adversity's there. It's natural. That's the rules of this game, is everything's impermanent. The only thing that we have as faith is mind. That never changes. And that mind that you're using right now has never been born. It will never die. If you have this faith, it will work. It's not easy to have that kind of faith, because we go, you know, like Thomas, St. Thomas, from Jesus, and goes, I want to see the proof. So Jesus had to show him the nail marks on his hands. It's not easy. But as one practices, there's times when the proof becomes evident, and it will be there, because cause and conditions never fail. The more you practice, if you're trying to grasp at something, you'll never get it. But if you really are sincere about the practice, the reason I advance with it, everything Shifu told me to do, I did. I would do it as best as I could. I had faith in him and trust. It also helped me because going into it, I knew from Qigong how mind works. The difference in Qigong is that you can manipulate the phenomena, but you don't know why or what's it worth. You don't have the wisdom of great compassion, but you know how to do it. But it's not enough, but it enabled me to have faith that phenomena can change. Things can change all over the place. But it is this faith in mind that's very important. What I say to you here is, you remember, I came from being a Roman Catholic, and it is something that is very strange for an indigenous Mexican to become a Buddhist. But it wasn't something that I was born into, for sure, but it was something from previous lives I was definitely experienced. I know that. Things ring true to me. But the reason I do Buddhism is because of looking at all the other types of doctrines and theories and religions. It's the only one that has made the most sense to me. And I know that no matter what, even if I was wrong about it, I've never led anybody astray. That to tell people to do good, to put down their selfish notions, nothing wrong with that. Even if you do that, you're going to make this world better. It's not bad. But in the course of practicing, I've had experiences that have solidified my faith and verified what's said in the sutras. Little by little, those things will happen. Some things you can explain the moment that this happened and the causes that come together for it, but you cannot explain it or describe the experience, because you cannot tell other people or describe what is inconceivable. But mind can experience that, and in an intimate way, in an intrinsic way, and it can do that. And that's the reason that I'm sitting in front of you, because I've had a lot of experiences that over my practice as a Buddhist that lead me to this path. And I've seen the good that I've done. I've seen the people that have practiced with me and how they've contributed to society. And so that can't be bad either, right? So I'm kind of talking to you from what I would have wanted to hear when I was sitting on that cushion, and what I heard from Shifu. And now I'm the one that's here and testifying to this and asking you have faith in the Buddha, faith in the Dharma, faith in the Sangha, faith in the practice, and most of all, faith in yourself. So this faith that you have in yourself is important. It's very, very important. When I say faith in yourself, is your self-nature, not in your ego. You have to, you don't let your self-nature down. That's what's important. You understand that you have that. If anything that I've done here to ingrain in your mind is probably two things. One, everything is created by the mind. And two, this very mind that you're using is the Buddha mind. When you apply that to your reading of sutras or treatises, or listening to somebody, it will help you clarify what they're talking about, because that'll be the light that illuminates what they're saying. You will be able to see it from that, because this is right view, that just this mind is the Buddha mind. When you see it in this way, it changes the way that you look at people. When I look at a group like this, I don't see men and women. I see Buddhas. You cannot say that the Buddha is a man or a woman, as much as you could say Guan Yin, although now, Guan Yin has been romanticized into a lilty lady, but the original statues of Guan Yin were neither male nor female, because it's not male or female. Male and female belong to the latent defilements of this world. It is how we make more of us. And it's there. And so in any case, I've said a lot. I apologize to some that I didn't teach too basic. I tried to, but this time is so precious that I have for you. I see it in this way. I see a responsibility to teach you what I think that you can get. My way of teaching in this way is that if I teach you completely ABCs, you will learn 10%. If I teach you the high level, then you could get 100%, but you won't understand that, but you might understand 50%. So that's still better than 10%. And the rest will fill in from there, but you're still above the grade. You're moving that way. And when you read the sutras, they will come alive. Yesterday after the retreat, I was talking to some of the people that remained and telling them stories of the sutras. They're so incredible, so beautiful, and they tell such wonderful stories, and the stories are so intricate and woven with all of the other sutras and all of the things in the Buddhist history. It's very amazing. We never can catch it unless we have a well-known advisor to do that. Otherwise, if you sit there and you try to read it and you think, oh, this is a grind, you'll never get anywhere. Sometimes open up a sutra, any sutra, to any page, except the Vatamsaka Sutra. Skip about the first 50 pages where they say all the names of the Buddhas. But open the book up, Alankavatara Sutra, the Lotus Sutra. They're all Vayapula Sutras, meaning they contain the essence, the right view of Chan Buddhism. Read those sutras. Of course, you read the Heart Sutra, the Diamond Sutra. The Diamond Sutra is a Rubik's Cube. It's a puzzle. And you have to look in through every facet of that diamond to make it work. But if you look at the Lankavatara Sutra, you'll see Yogacara right next to Madhyamaka on the same page. They're there. And because all of these things were being taught, you'll understand what's happening. And little by little, it will be clear. So don't be afraid of the sutras or the treatises. I strongly recommend that you read Master Ling Chi's Essentials and Master Han Shan's Essentials for Beginners. Those two treatises are very precious. I've probably read them conservatively 50 times. Probably more than that. Yes. Wait.
The shortcut is in the Mahayana Sutra. Which sutra, the shortcut?
No, the shortcut was mentioned in Han Shan's treatise for the Essentials for Beginners. Okay. But essentially, the shortcut is understanding everything's created by the mind and that you possess Buddha mind. That's the part of you that won't wither away, is the mind. The rest of your body will be dust to be blown off the plate. But your mind is the plate. Okay? Any other questions? Okay. You first, you second. He's got gold, you got silver. Oh, it's all right, let her.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is about how to practice mind. So 30 years ago, I bought frame writings about hell, heaven, and mind. I didn't understand that.
What book was this?
So my question is about how to practice the mind. So that the small frame writing, it says like this: the hell is on the earth. The earth has heaven. Asking yourself, where would you like to go? It all depends on your mind. So my question to you is, you mentioned earlier, you can press before you die in this world, on the earth. So the last thing is, it all depends on the mind. So I'm thinking you mentioned about the emptiness, you want to awaken the mind. I wonder you can add more color, maybe a little bit in terms of this writing, which is authors are unknown. So I just want to see, because that writing seems match what you talk about today.
I have a story for you. There was once this great samurai soldier So now we're in Japan, okay? And there was a Buddhist monk. And the samurai soldier, towards the end of his life, was realizing, he lived a samurai life, so he lived a very violent life. And so he went to the Buddhist monk and asked him about heaven and hell. And he said, is there... And so the monk was like, he had his robe like this, and so the samurai said to him, is there a heaven and is there a hell? So the monk said, if your blade of your sword is as dim as your wit, I doubt if it could even penetrate my skin. You don't say that to a samurai soldier. The monk goes like this. And he said, therein lie the gates of hell. And the samurai was shocked, because he saw clearly this monk was going to allow him to cut his head off. But the samurai understood in that moment the horror of what he was going to do just simply from an insult. So he put the sword back in, and the monk just adjusted his robe and said, therein lies the gates of heaven. It is in this way, even the Bible says the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The Christians don't really understand that. I have to teach the Christians that when they come knocking on my door, Jesus loves you. And I tell them, what does that mean? It means right now, right in this present moment, are the gates of heaven and the gates of hell, depending on what you do. In every moment, it's just this way that you see things. So is there a hell? Hell, yes. Okay. Is there a heaven? Thank heaven. But it all depends on what you do in the samsaric world. It's clear in this way. Ultimately, is there a heaven and is there a hell? It's an illusion. But to you, if you're in hell, you're going, oh, hell, this is hell. This is bad. I'm not going to get out of here for a long time. At least I'm a Buddhist. If I was a Christian, I have to stay here forever. But the thing is that it is this way that we describe heaven and hell. I couldn't think of a better way and a more compassionate monk that was willing to give his life for the point. It's a very startling thing, but it's a great story. So thank you for letting me tell that story. Hopefully that helps you. Any other questions? Oh, you had the question.
Gilbert, we are running out of time. Maybe we can...
Yes.
Well, I'm squeezing in as many questions as you can, so go ahead.
Thank you very much for your wonderful and profound teachings in Chan. I'm also fascinated by your personal journey. For example, at the early stage, you're practicing Qigong and martial arts, and you're looking for masters, but you continue looking for masters, and they were not able to bring you to the next level. I was wondering, what were you looking for? And when you met Master Sheng Yen and you find that that's the one, what made you feel that that's one and made you keep on staying?
Because I was always asking everybody, why do you practice in the Qigong? And I always say that they would give me the Miss Universe answer, okay? So you go, what do you want to do with your life? I want the betterment of mankind and peace in the world or whatever, you know. That to me is a Miss Universe, what they say. And they would know that I know that was baloney. I would use a stronger word, but not today. It was baloney. And they could see it in my eyes that I knew that that was baloney, but they had to say it for everybody else around. Once I asked that to one lady that was a very good Qigong doctor, and we were at my house, and we had a lot of people there, and it was very funny because when I asked that question, everybody in all parts of the house stopped, and they began to listen. It was so weird. And she saw that everybody was listening, and she gave me a Miss Universe answer, and she knew that I knew that that wasn't it. And I knew in my heart, I didn't know, you know, why I practiced. My skill set was very high, very, very high. One of the most famous Qigong masters in China had actually made me his successor. That high. And yet I could see something was missing. I didn't know what was missing. I didn't know what was missing from there. So I went, I was with this other master, the one master did, then I turned into kind of like a Ronin, where roaming Qigong, trying to find a spot, and I went with this other master, and it's a long story, and I'll startle you with some of the stuff, so I won't say it. But the thing is that this master, I didn't like his techniques, and I was about ready to quit his Qigong. He was actually very famous, and he actually showed up on the Discovery Channel later on, but that's another story. But the thing is that when I interviewed with him, he says, I'm not the master you're looking for. And I said, I know you're not the master. Can I just practice for a while? And so I was practicing with him, but I had decided I was going to quit his classes. And he liked me because it was a quick showcase. You know, look at this guy, what he can do, he's my student. You know, and I didn't like to be used that way. But the thing is that I heard that there was a famous Chan master coming to town. I said, when? Because I had gone home, and at that time I was married, and my wife says, at like 7 o'clock, so this is like I just got off work, 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and where he was going to be speaking was in UCLA, about 60 miles away in rush hour traffic. And I went, let's go. So we go. This is a good way to end it. It's kind of interesting because it'll tell you how things are very unusual. So I went there. And we got there right before he was going to speak. And it was a giant auditorium, like really, really big auditorium. And the place was packed all the way up to the top. And the people even at the top, where they were sitting on the steps. And so we looked in the room like that and going, uh-oh, you know. And I went, look, there's 2 seats right in front of him. I said, let's go. She says, are you sure? I go, why not? The worst thing that can happen, they can kick us out. So I went there, and I sat directly in front of Master Shen Yang. This little table here, difference between us, that I was sitting right directly in front of him. And when he started speaking, this was a public lecture, so it was very simple, much lower level than what I've been speaking here. It's just, you know, do good, you know, whatever type of stuff. But it was so filled with wisdom, incredible, incredible wisdom. I just had closed my eyes and was listening to him. I didn't open my eyes. I just kept listening to him and going, yes, yes, this way, almost like sounding like what my father was saying to me. And then I'm saying, this is so incredible. Yes, I understand this. You know, his words are so amazing. And I'm going, yes, yes, yes. And then right when he finished, I opened my eyes, and there he was. And he just smiled at me like that, just nodded his head and smiled at me. And by that point, after he finished, then it was as if everybody from the top poured down to the stage. It wasn't even a stage, it was just a table, to meet him and to touch him or to do whatever. But at that point, you know, I just looked at my wife and go, we got to get out of here. We're going to get crushed. So we just left. You know, I just nodded to him and we just left. But both of us didn't move once when he was speaking. So that day, or the day when he arrived in LA, is kind of like parallel action here. That day, when he arrived, the leader of the LA group, Li Shuping, she was told by him, I'm looking for a Western attorney to help me. Go out and find him. And she's going, you got to be kidding me. I don't even know any Westerners. In that time, especially in the 90s, people coming out of Taiwan or China, they don't know any Westerners, you know. And so she says, that's impossible. So back to me going in and deciding on that Friday night that I was going to quit the class because I didn't like the way they taught the classes. It was too simplistic for me. And besides other things. But in any case, I had made up this is going to be the last class I'm going to. Meanwhile, as I'm driving in, she's meeting with this Qigong master to see if he would give Master Shen Yang a treatment. And so she was interviewing him. And then when she finished, she said, you wouldn't happen to know any Western attorneys, would you? And he says, yes, one's coming in 10 minutes if you want to wait for him. She goes, what? And it was like, this is like too easy. So she says, of course I'm going to wait for him. So I came in the front door, and as soon as I came in, I saw her, and she jumps up like she was out of like a Jack-in-the-Box so quickly and running over to me. And she said, I represent Master Shen Yang. I go, yes, I know. You know him? Well, I don't know him, but I know him. And so she said, and he was wondering if you would help. I said, of course I will. She goes, what? I haven't even said what. I said, doesn't matter. I've already decided I'm going to follow him. And this is in front of the master that I was there, so he's looking at it and going, bye-bye, right? And I said, I've already decided I'm going to follow him. Of course I'll help. This is so confusing. I don't understand what's happening. You know, how can you just say that like that? How do you know how this? And I said, I went to his lecture. I told her that my wife and I went to the lecture, but I didn't tell her that I sat in front of him. I just told her that I went to the lecture. So she then went back and saw him that night and said, I found him, the one you were looking for, you know. And she said, you know they were at your lecture last night. And he said, yes. And he's married to a Chinese lady. And he says, yes, both their practice is very, very good. So he knew that was there. Later, many years later, I asked Shifu, who were those two chairs for that I took, and my wife took when I went to see you, and he said, oh, those were for VIPs. But that night I was a VIP. But I was looking for a master, and the master was looking for the student. And you have to think of all the things. Could that be coincidental? Right? Could it be possibly coincidental, or the affinity was there already? So it's very amazing. I tell you that story not to make me look great, but to show you how mind works. When one has a great compassion, it can work in that way. And I had the sincerity of looking for a master. That's why the other master, he wasn't a Buddhist master. The previous one was, but this one that I was staying with, he wasn't a Buddhist master. And I knew I wouldn't stay with him. But I just stayed like a way station waiting, or a bus station waiting to get picked up. So it's very amazing, you know, how mind works in that way. I didn't embellish that at all. It happened the way I'm saying it. All of the things, the possibilities of me saying, oh, no, that's too far to go, I'm not going to go. I didn't even think that way. I just went, let's go. Like, let's go, get in the car. Like that's crazy, you know. It would be like going, oh, it's going to be in San Francisco. When's it going to be? In 45 minutes. And you go, good luck. But we made it. So it's amazing how mind works. This, many other things that happened to me gave me the faith of what I'm presenting to you now, the experiential aspect of it. So please, practice well. Don't think, even if you only got 50% of it, remember that's still 40% the difference of a 10% on the ABCs. Because I could have taught you 10% of it, but I gave you the 100%, and if you only take half of it, you're still way ahead of the game. Believe me, because the chances of you running into somebody to present right view like this is very rare. And so the more you practice, the more you will understand that. Okay. I have no time for questions. We're going to eat pizzas. Have the pizzas arrived yet? I missed lunch, so I'm there. So let me eat my pizza first. Every time I come and they go, Gilbert, we brought you pizzas. And I only eat one slice of pizza because people are asking me the questions. I'm going, and I don't have time for any more. So be compassionate on me. Okay. We didn't have a time for sharing. I will ask you if you want, we have to give them a place to have the send the sharing in. But if you want to give a critique, good and bad, please do so. That's very, very helpful. As I mentioned, the last one that was done was absolutely very, very helpful, way beyond my expectations of doing that. You don't have to write glowing reports if you didn't feel that way, because it's been a long time since I've taught an ABC class. I taught basics last time, but I was trying to go like lower, but I still brought it up for you. Okay, and also I'll put on the board the information in my Zoom class and on how to connect to the Mindwork Forum, okay? And so you're welcome to that. The Mindwork Forum has already a lot of articles there, like hundreds of pages of stuff, and question and answer people ask. And the Zoom classes, I always leave time to answer everyone's question before we sign off, okay? and it works out well. It's about a 45-minute lecture and then Q&A from there. Okay? So thank you all. We will finish. Please stand, bow.